Yep, lost my train of thought. That's fine. Maybe I'll get there eventually. Anyways, yeah, I don't think you really need to, like, some people act like you do need the unlocks in Monster Train 1 to, like, play certain clans properly. I don't really agree with that. Again, maybe I'm a little skewed just because it's been so long since I did any of that, but I don't think it's necessary. In games like these, I'm very biased towards anything that gives extra loot, so the dragons are my favorite. Yeah, they're very popular with a lot of people for that reason. The Horde is actually probably my least favorite mechanic of Pyreborn. I mean, it's a good mechanic. It is well executed, and it's a lot of fun. Just not my personal favorite thing, but I do think it's good. We don't actually need to do these. Also, again, with the Loam Coat, my dude is just stacking up a Reanimate and Conduit. But yeah, it turns out Moonguard, when you've got a bunch of Conduit, do a lot of damage. Like, there is a reason he's a rare unit. I think he's still kind of on the more boring end of rare units, since he largely equates to just being a big block of stats still, but he can be good. Alright, we are definitely going to beat the Undying one. He's got nothing on us. He's going to have 20 Reanimate going to top floor. So what? So do we. But we actually deal damage. I mean, I can daze you, but it doesn't matter. Alright. We're just leaving the phase, Blessing in hand. It is constantly gaining permanent magic power. The permanent magic power doesn't really matter, though, because, like, Ekka's whole point is that she's also giving us a ton of magic power. So, like, doesn't really matter. Anyways, we'll daze him. And we'll daze him more. And then we'll just bully them because we can. And there we go. And then we will make short work of him. There we go. He didn't even get to come out of daze. Also, what does Flying Boss mean? I will explain in just a short moment. The Conduit is okay. I don't think I really need any of these. I do really like Cover of Night. We don't need it here, though. These are fine. They're not appropriate to my needs, though. So, Flying Boss are, well, let me get into the next battle and it'll be very apparent. We're going to go here. I do want the removal, and I want the Merchant of Arms, so I don't really need Spell Sanctum, so we're not going to worry about that. We will, on the other hand, merge some things, I guess. I kind of want to make Luna Cycle Staff deployable so I can get it out immediately, so it can actually start stacking up a reasonable amount. But it does not matter at the moment. Okay, we're going to get rid of the Spore Launcher. He had his time. We're going to get rid of the... I guess that. I want to get rid of a lot of things, including, like, the Infectories. But they're good cards, and I definitely could have taken this deck in a very different direction. But it's fine. What we're doing is plenty strong. Anyways, damage shields, very bad. Because if you let them get to top floor, they can just... they're way too hard to chew through. So we're going to try to avoid that. Okay, so when people say Flying Boss, they mean the bosses that are here from the beginning of the fight. It was more apparent in Monster Train 1, but it looked like they were flying outside of the train. And they all had wings so that they could do it. So that's why they're called Flying Bosses. So they are the bosses at ring 3, 6, and 9. Namely, the ones that you see up in the corner here. So, that's what it means. Well, we'll play that out, even though I'm not able to play the Vengeful Shard. Who cares? We'll just go ahead and daze you. We'll explode you. And here we are. Alright, we'll use that. And we can daze you even more. And then we'll just leave this in hand, I guess. Alright, so you come down, that gets played out. You get exploded, so we can get a little more damage directly. Although that would work better if I had put the Mage Blade on the one who is not just attacking into the chaff units. But that's fine. I did just weaken myself. That's fine, we can do this. And I guess we'll protect him, too. It doesn't really matter. We'll do it for the sake of it, just so we can get a little bit of extra power out of the Luna Cycle Staff. It's a cool equipment if you can actually, like, use it. I don't know that it's, like, good, but it is cute. Anyways, we're just going to kind of blow these things up since we have a lot of conduit, and that's kind of what we do. You know, just for kicks. Yeah, I'll do this. I do tremendously less damage this way, but I get one more extra attack out of the Cycle Staff. And I wasn't killing Kale that turn anyway, so I decided. I made decisions. Yeah, by playing him up here, I now dragged Kale up top, which was a mistake, because it does mean that I don't get to kill him this turn. But, whatever. It's not a big deal. I'm not too worried about score, although score would help me unlock things faster, since I would gain levels a bit faster. Not a lot bit faster, but a little bit faster. Anyways, we're just going to daze him more, because that's the cool part of being able to dupe a spell from last turn. It'd be a lot better if I didn't have, like, random chaff spells, and so I was guaranteed to hit, like, something good, but, you know, it's fine. We're not getting another Cycle Staff. I realistically should probably take Duality here. Feels a little unnecessary, but fine. We're definitely taking extra Ember so I can play my units better. It's working fine as is, but this is certainly better. Yeah, because I now have 6 Ember for deployment. I think what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Merchant of Arms, make Eclipse Chamber deployable, because then I'll be perfectly using my stuff, and the Eclipse Chamber is good for me. So, Cadia stands. That sounds very familiar, and I don't know what it's from offhand. Alright, Full Moon Conduit. We don't need that. Overgrowth Carapace is cute, but unnecessary. Warhammer 40k. Okay, that was my guess, but I'm not very familiar with 40k. Alright. I could also do this with the Cycle Staff instead, so it could be, you know, actually providing a meaningful amount of attack. Oh, we finally unlocked Fear's Greed. I don't know why I really bothered re-rolling. I was pretty confident none of that was going to matter. Alright, when your pyre takes damage, gain 10 gold. Hell yeah. It is a good pyre. It is especially better when you're at higher Covenant and you have the Vengeful Shards, because you can just let them deal damage to your pyre to gain 10 gold every time they show up. Which feels weird that that's the case, and it's sort of another reason that I dislike the Vengeful Shards. Because I think they're pretty worthless. Which of the Monster 1 clans have I unlocked? I've unlocked Hellhorned and Stygian Guard. Unfortunately, I'm not actually losing health to heal, so I can't. And there's not a lot of ways to increase room capacity, so I'm a little limited on that. And, yeah. I would be doing better at unlocking Remnant if I were actually letting my Moon Guard take damage. Because they have a lot of Reanimate, it's just that they also crush all foes before it matters. Anyways. Monster 1 clans have 10 champions, not 5. What? I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean by champions, because they only have 2 champions, just like all the other clans. Like, I don't know what you're getting at, but fair enough. Anyways. Resurgent thought it's only the base Monster 1 champs included. Yeah, no, it's both the original and the Exile champion. Like I said, they're essentially 1-for-1 what they were in Monster Train 1. Anyways, I think I did everything that I need to do here. And then I think we're going to dupe our equipment there. Mark of Invasion's fine. Although I am going to take some damage because I do want to kill the Amalgams. I mean, I think it's actually probably better that I ignore the Amalgam problem. Because if I let the Purified Souls attack, I'm going to take way more damage. So be it. Because each of these guys does 12 damage, so if I'm taking damage from any of them, that is worth 2 hits from a, whoops, I almost played the Infectory there, which would have been bad. Anyways, it just would have been bad. That's all. It's definitely way worse than taking a hit from the Amalgams, annoying as they may be. Yeah. Had I thought about this better, I would not have used the Witch Weave last turn, but I didn't. Anyways, whatever. That's fine. I will take a little bit of damage from the Terrifying Amalgam. I have plenty of HP to burn. Okay, so let us first give you the Cycle Staff, even though it's not that good for me right now. Let us kill that and daze you so you won't do your Resolve effect. And then we're good. We don't take any extra fire damage this turn. We continue getting rid of that, as one does. Okay. So we'll be fine on this floor. I I shouldn't be playing these out. They are unnecessary, and they do just clog the spell pool for her ability. Okay, well... Unfortunately, I don't know what I played last turn. I know I played a lot of unnecessary Witch Weaves. Anyways, we'll daze one of you. I'm going to take damage from the other. I'm pretty confident. Yeah, no surprise. Whatever. Gonna take some damage from the Terrifying Amalgams. It is the way of things. It's not that big deal. I could protect one of these guys here with a Phase Blessing. Because it does have a lot of magic power on it now. It does not matter enough to me. Anyways, we're going to daze you so I take less damage. And then we'll just do this, because who cares? I can. You are, in fact, in the way. Okay, well, let us once more daze a dude. They are getting spikes. She's also gaining a bunch of HP. Oh yeah, what is... I have forgotten to read out some of the increased boss effects. Anyway, so the extra thing for her is that the Chosen Prayer Stones now, on resolve, will also give plus 15 attack to Athane and 300 armor if this survives, which is fine. She'll get a bunch of armor. We'll be okay with that. It's not a big deal. Okay. Don't really need to do that. We'll kill the backliner. Could have just not played the moon ritual that turn. Doesn't really matter to me. Alright, we're going to power up our cycle staff. And then we'll daze her, and who really cares? Not that I need to play any of these. My Moon Guards with their 1,000 plus attack have got it sorted. Ta-da! Yeah, they don't even make it to the others attacking. I don't really need another duality. I mean, it's decent for me. I'm just gonna leave it. I don't need any of those. Alright, we're gonna go here. We heal anyways. Alright, so, Stardust Street. First unit you summon each turn gains Conduit 4. That's fine. Versatile Ember Staff. A lot better now that we can play out the Vengeful Shards as Blights repeatedly. Because they are a card we can play. They do count as a unique card type. And so they make a Versatile Ember Staff a lot more valuable. Not that it's a big deal if you just have to not play the Vengeful Shard and take damage. But these allow you to, like, sort of make up for drawing them, which is nice. Since you get the Ember back for playing it out, and you draw a card, which mitigates it. Anyways, World-Ending Strain. When a unit dies to decay, their decay is spread among enemy units. Does not matter to us. We're not doing decay. Stardust Treat is a maybe. Don't think it really matters for me. We will do Mage Blade adds an additional +1 damage per stack. Because why not? I'm going to do this on... There it is. Merged Equipment. There are a lot of good choices. That's the one I've chosen. The middle artifact, just the Rona. Yeah. whatever. I'll just dualism to gain extra conduit there. Does not really matter. Probably don't need to get rid of Infectory. Probably was better served getting rid of other things. That's fine. None of it really matters. Also, did I reroll this? I totally did. Okay. Pretty confident none of that mattered to me. Anyways, we're up against Savagery. It's okay. We can daze him, and we'll definitely be commencing murder. So, I think we're okay to set up bottom floor. I'm vaguely tempted to not set up bottom floor, though. Yeah, fuck it. We'll set up not bottom floor. Okay. Because now we can attack into him directly. And my dudes are doing thousands of damage each. Because now that's just how it is. And you're going to be dazed for several turns. Alright, I'm going to not play out other units here, even though I think I could, no problem. Because in the ideal world, he's going to return to us. Yeah, okay, so. Let's play the Cycle Staff, even though it doesn't really matter. And then we're going to daze you, so you're not going to hurt me. So, I want to play this because it would give so much extra attack, but I'm just going to go with the way that... Oh, I forgot that I had Versatile Ember Staff already. I was going to say I'm going to go with the way that doesn't cause me fire damage just for the sake of it. But on the other hand, I can actually still do this. Chosen of getting savagely wrecked. Yeah. He is, in fact, getting absolutely ruined. Yeah, we'll just not play that. And then we'll just leave the Phase Blessing in hand. I haven't played the Phase Blessing a single time, but... I don't know, here we are. Okay, so as long as I kill... Oh, so actually what we need to do is we just need to swap, and now we're good. I knew something looked wrong, but... I also could have done the Versatile Ember Staff if I cared this turn. I didn't. Ta-da! There we go. Moonguard doing work. Well, I definitely doubted Moonguard earlier on in the run. Ended up being great for us. To be fair, we did hit a number of things that were quite good for us, but hey, sometimes it's just how it is. Okay. Alright, level 5, we unlocked Celestial Storm. And Celestial Sails. I sense a theme. And we've unlocked Ardoon. We've unlocked the alternate champion. And level 6, we unlocked Ethereal Sealy. Conduit 5, apply +1 stack of conduit each time it is applied. It's pretty cool. And Lunar Lantern. Selene units get +20 attack during full moon. Silent units get +20 attack during new moon. And Under Legion. Level 5. We get Pandemic. Twin Minds. And we've unlocked Madame Lion's Mane. And Covenant rank 7. There's no longer an empty wave before bosses. This one's pretty important. And it's a big change from Monster Train 1. Since I believe we never had a Covenant like this in Monster Train 1. Anyways, it's it has felt really weird playing today, having that wave between the boss fight and the last wave. Because it's literally been months since I had experienced that. But, yeah, anyway, so that's rank 7. Oh. Alright. Well, let's do a new run. Oh, Stygian was cast 5 spells in a turn. Gotcha. Very easy to do. So. Oh, before I change clans. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. And that means there's probably more story to read. Well. Do you want to use the power to talk to Seraph? That's a crazy idea. Think about it. During the attack, they went for the pyre. Why? And why, after all this time, hasn't the corruption spread to hell? I think the pyre can prevent Titan corruption. Maybe even reverse it. And somehow it can call upon people, too. If I can use the pyre to reach Seraph, maybe he can lead us to them. He's the only one into heaven that might know where they are. But are you sure we can trust Seraph? He broke the Covenant, Fel, and he almost destroyed hell. I know. That concerns me, too. But if it's one thing I know about my brother, he would hate to be someone's puppet. It's risky, and I can't trust your brother after everything that he's done. But I trust you, Fel. Let's try it. Pyre, can you show me Seraph? Seraph. Fel? Herzl. I saw them. I saw Seraph and the Titan. Seraph was his old self for a moment, but the vision faded too soon. Something else. It was strange. Before my vision ended, I saw Malika. Malika? Surprise! Took you all long enough. Thought I'd have to wait even longer before you figured it out. Better explain to me right now what were you doing in my vision. And are you with us or against us? Isn't it obvious? I'm a Titan! But relax. Not all of us are big, bad, and scary. Some of us just want to have fun. I'm actually just a minor Titan. The ones up there, they're progenitors. The big, ugly kind. The pyre was one, too. You're a Titan? And you're saying the pyre is a Titan, too? Was a Titan. It's a long story, but right now it's not complete. And if it was, then this grand scheme of yours just might work. But that's the only hint you'll get from me. After all, where's the fun giving all the answers? Doodles! The pyre hearts. Of course! They used to be part of the pyre, too. You were right, Fel. Once we gather the rest, the pyre will be complete. And then we can finally win this war. Alright, well, still gotta unlock more pyre hearts. Now we can see all of your new personal bests. Yeah. Yep, that's part of why I started a new save file. I just thought it would be way more fun to unlock it all together and just experience from the beginning. And also, like, some of my scores and records in the testing were definitely, like, skewed from bugs and things. It looks a lot less dwarfy than I imagined. Herzl? I mean, I don't know. I think it looks alright. Welcome back, Cat. Oh, and what I was trying to do... so, Ardoon! Play the Dragon Lady. I want to see you win using the Horde build. Maybe. I was planning on playing Lazarus because we just unlocked them. But I can probably do Gilda after that. But anyways, to quickly note the champions, we unlocked Ardoon. His starter card is Moon Ritual, which is the same card that is generated by the Lunar Priestess. Lets you phase, applies Conduit. Yeah, that's Ardoon. We'll show him off later. And then for Under Legion, Madame Lionsmane, whose starter card is Spore Touch, which applies to K2. That's all it does. I do really wish that it had, like, 1 damage as well, or even 0 damage, so you could give it the, like, magic power and consume upgrade, but I'll get into that later. He looks like a Slaaneshi Demon Prince. He does, to a degree. I will give you that for sure. Anyways, and then there's Orechi. Dr. Orechi, I think. Anyways, I really don't love his visual design. I don't like most of the Lazarus visual design, but they are a fairly cool clan. Anyways, so we're going to play Lazarus. We'll probably do Gilda after that, since that's what was requested. I guess I'm just going to pick a random Monster Train 2 clan. What the fuck was that shit-ass stats? Keep in mind that basically every champion looks like that. Well, not quite, but they don't have as impressive stats as once you pick their upgrade, because a lot of their upgrades, like, determine their stats. For some champions, it's more notable than others. But it will make more sense once we actually play him. Anyways, so we haven't played Malika's Shifting Pyre, which is Capricious Reflection, the worst of all worlds. We haven't done Fear's Greed, we haven't done Aquath's Reservation, and we haven't done Bogworm's Growth. Also, how close are we on this? God damn it! Just one more turn holding that in hand would have gotten it. Well, so be it. God, we're so far away with the Steward unlock. This is why this should be like 3,000, not 8,000. It's just dumb. Like, it is way inflated compared to the others. Anyways. What am I playing? Maybe Bogworm. Maybe Aquath. I like never use this. We'll go ahead and use that. That's fine. Oh boy. Okay. So we're up against Entropy, Siphon, and Spikes. So, one of the major mechanics of Lazarus is the debuff Unstable. This gives Unstable 25 and deals 5 damage. Unstable is if a unit's HP is less than or equal to the stacks of Unstable at the end of combat, they instantly die. On death, the unit will explode and deal damage equal to the unstable stacks to enemies on the floor. Again, that is specifically enemies, not enemies of the unit that has unstable, i.e. the unstable stacks will never hurt me. They will only ever hurt the, angels. Then we have Pyreball, and we have Magma Mauler. Sounds okay. I do love Winged Steel. I do think it is less powerful in this game because, well, A, it's harder to, minus cost all your cards, so oftentimes you can, draw into something that you can't play. Also, having, the Vengeful Shards means that a non-trivial amount of time, you're going to draw into the Vengeful Shard and then not be able to play the Vengeful Shard, and you're going to be a little angry that someone decided you should have Vengeful Shards instead of Dead Weights. Not speaking from experience or anything, but... Or we can take Ancient Pyre Tap. I'm just going to take Winged Steel. I think it's pretty okay for us. Alright, so, with Orechi, our options are Mad Scientist, which is Incant. Apply Unstable 4 to all enemy units, or Reanimator. Resolve, gain, reanimate 1, and unstable. Which is to say, he applies unstable to himself. I might do Reanimator here. Yeah, I mean, especially with the Whelp start, doing Incant is not great, kind of. Although, Secret Ingredient is the best Incant starter, and I'll explain why once we're actually in a battle. It actually kind of irks me, because Incant is not a major part of this clan, and so it does feel bad that they have the best Incant starter, and are not an Incant clan. Yeah, they have very minor Incant focus, but... I know you just said it, but what is the unstable trigger? After combat, if they are at or below... If their HP is at or below the stacks of unstable, they will explode. Or, if they have unstable on them and are killed at any point. There's cat hair all over my face as the cat has started shedding. And that's a problem. Anyways, we're going to do Reanimator. And we'll try to make this work. Alright, Mark of Invasion is not ideal for me, but probably fine. I should have done these. I probably should have put him on a lower floor. That's fine. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. Okay. So, secret ingredient. So, it does mix. Mix looks like this. When you mix something, it gives you a choice of 2 of 4 different colors of infusions. The infusions all have a base effect. So the blue infusion applies Unstable. The purple infusion applies Sap. The red infusion applies Rage, and the green infusion applies Regen. The infusions are not discarded at end of your turn. They can't be copied. They can't be discarded by other effects. They just stay in your hand until played. They do Purge on play, so they are not a consume card, so they can't be used for like edge strategies. But they do count as a spell, so they can be used for incanting. But anyways, so they stay in your hand, and if you then do more mixing while the infusions are in your hand, then it starts applying additional effects. It adds on to the infusion. And each of the colors has secondary effects that can be added. So the blue one can have more Unstable, or it can do damage immediately, or it can apply Frostbite. The purple one can do more Sap, or it can root enemies, or it can apply melee weakness, so on and so forth. So, mix is a bit weird. It is very strong. I don't totally love it because of the randomness of it, like just inherently. And like I said, it kind of irks me that a non-incant clan has the best incant starter. Harry, you're not going insane with this mechanic. It's not that difficult in practice. I just want to be like very clear how it actually works. Anyways, we're going to take this so that we can then put that there. Yeah, and then we'll just explode. I actually should have just used the Bloated Whelp to kill here. Totally spaced out that was an option. But, anyways. I just know you don't like this kind of random. Correct. That's fair. I thought you meant something else, but yes. I don't love random. I think this is fine because it's sort of controlled, kind of. Like, you don't have great control over what the first mix is, but like, if you want a specific type of effect, you can hold on to the infusion for like multiple turns and just keep adding to its effect until you use it at its opportune moment. Like, I'm gonna hold on to the green infusion right here. Wait, Unstable does AoE damage? That it does. When it procs, it deals its damage to all enemies on the floor. So, we're going to give him 25 Unstable. It doesn't do anything until he ends combat below 25 HP, which is not the case currently. Also, I need to remember that I have my Pyre Heart's ability. On the board or on the floor? On the floor, which I think is what I said, but if I didn't. Anyway, see, we're doing another infusion, or another mix while we already had an infusion in hand. So this time it is just adding on. We already had a Regen 2, and so now our options are either get Reanimate as well, or get Spikes. I'm going to go with the Reanimate. Doing a third time, we can increase the Regen, or we can increase the Reanimate. I'm going to increase the Reanimate. And now we are just barely enough that we can proc the unstable. If I really wanted, I could have used this to get Micro Ember. My throat is hurting a bit. I should probably do something about that. Oh well. Turns out, streaming for 12 plus hours takes a toll on you. Yeah, I'll just use this now. I don't really have like a better time for it. I keep forgetting that I have Wing Steel, by the way. Fuck it, whatever. Enjoy. Maybe should have used that here. It's okay. But Orechi is getting stronger every turn because he is gaining 1 reanimate and then he is gaining unstable. And so essentially what's happening is he has turned himself into a bomb. And so at the end of every turn, or if I were to like shoot him myself, he will explode for the amount of unstable damage on all enemies. And then because he keeps giving himself 1 reanimate every turn, he keeps himself alive as well. So, that's where we're currently at. Alright, so we're going to give him reanimate. We're going to give him a lot more unstable. It's a little questionable, but it is what we're doing. Oh yeah, and his Covenant 4 bonus is that he, after combat, gains 1 sap and restores HP, so he is undoing all the damage I've done to him. Whatever, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, so I do kill him. It's a little close. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Hey, look. Have some sap and melee weakness. That was totally unnecessary, but here we go. So anyways, yeah. He attacks into Orechi and kills him, but then that triggers the unstable, and he dies in the resulting explosion. Alright. So, we could get Sanguine Assistant, which is not a banner unit, and has Graft. Graft being one of the special mechanics of Lazarus, where they start with an equipment attached to them. So, the equipment for this one is Vampire's Tooth, costs 1 to play, 15 attack, gives lifesteal 1, and resolve, gain lifesteal 1. So, it's an equipment where you'll constantly be building up lifesteal, so you can, you know, keep healing yourself as long as you get to attack. But to get the graft, I have to let this unit die first, and then it will sever the grafted equipment from them, which goes into my hand, and then I can play it on another unit. I think it's neat that Unstable is considered a debuff, yet Orechi actively applies it to himself in one of the paths. Yes, I agree, and also it is there partly to like signpost to players that is a thing that you should maybe consider doing. Because like, as long as you are using Reanimate, you can do that with any unit. It doesn't have to be Orechi. It's just that Orechi has a path designed to naturally facilitate it. And yeah, I think it's cool. He's definitely not one of my favorite champions, but I do appreciate that about him. Ugh. Anyways, so graft units, there's a bunch of them. They have different equipment. Of note, once they die once, the equipment is severed for them for the rest of battle. So if you put Endless on them and you play them out again, they will essentially be like a 0-1 unit. And they will not create another graft equipment for you to take from them, which is fine. It's a little lame that that's the case, because I would love to be able to generate just like repeated equipment from one of the graft units, but you can't. Anyways, the other options are Overworked Assistant, who starts with Reanimate 1 and has Incant Gain Unstable 4. Again, that Unstable goes onto himself, and so he will very quickly turn himself into a bomb. And unlike Orechi, he does not have a natural way to gain Reanimate, so he will die without your assistance. How can you tell if something is a banner unit? Because it has this blue banner on the side right here. Also, just like Monster Train 1, you only get them from, like, unit banners. And also, like, you start with one at the beginning of the run. But, yeah. That's how you tell. They made it very explicit this time, which I think was a good move. Anyways, I don't think I need Sanguine Assistant. I don't think I care about Overworked Assistant here. So it's okay. It's a unit that I do like using a fair amount. I don't think we need a third explosive reaction. God, imagine if a 0-cost 1-pip unit could just generate Reanimate like that. Yeah. Add on notice, thank you. Yeah, no worries. Always feel free to ask if there's something that I failed to explain, because I definitely did not mention that today at all. I definitely kind of like breezed over the tutorial run. Shouldn't have done so, but I did. Definitely appreciate it. It's easy to miss, but you can point it out rather than having to go in depth into banner versus non-banner units. Yeah. Anyways, I don't think I need that. We're just gonna skip. Golden Touch is not bad for us. It's a little weird. I also do still wish that it did more damage than 5. I think 5 is a bit low for a 2-cost spell. I know why it does 5 damage currently, but still. We're definitely not taking Alchemy. I don't think we need Pyre Cask, though I maybe undervalue Pyre Cask. I'm considering Golden Touch as a way to trigger our own Reanimate Bomb. I think I'm happier, though, to use the Explosive Reaction for that. Is there a unit that's 6 HP? Yes, there are units that are 6 HP, and more to the point, it's that because it has the Slay trigger to gain Horde, Horde has been fairly strong, and so they want to be very careful with anything that says, you know, gain Horde. And so it only does a small amount of damage, so it's hard to easily get Slays with it without having to, like, invest magic power into it or Pyre Gel onto enemies so you can kill them. I'm one of the people who fought for it to at least do 5 damage, because I feel like a 2-cost damage spell should be able to do damage. Like, it should be able to kill things. And it's particularly frustrating if, like, you want to use it to kill your own units, and if it can't even kill a shield or a spear steward. Like, if it does anything less than 5, can't even kill a spear steward. Getting more than 5 Horde to fight seems it could be crazy. Yeah, there are ways to get more than 5 Horde to fight. Lots of ways. And yes, it can be strong. But my counter to that is often it's something that you've invested a lot of resources in. And I think it's okay for you to have a good payoff for investing a lot of resources into something. It should be stronger than Frozen Lance for that price. The argument is that it being able to generate Horde is strong enough for it to do almost no damage. I think it could still warrant doing more damage than that. Like, we even have, like, Hornbreak, for instance, in Monster Train 1, does 5 damage piercing twice for 1 mana. Like, I think it's okay for a 2-cost spell to do like 10 damage. I think that's fine. Like, yes, I see that it generates Horde as well, but like, that's fine. I think that's fine. Like, at base, this can't kill even one of the Silencers, the Heralds, because they have 8 HP. So you have to upgrade this with Magic Power or apply Pyrogel to even kill a pretty loserly HP unit like that. Just annoys me. I think at 5 damage, 1 Horde possibly should be 1, but I am basing that on the demo. You mean as far as Ember cost? Yeah. I think it's okay for this to cost 2, because they have tried to make Horde generation a little harder, and I think that is worthwhile. But I also think that a 2-cost damage spell should be able to do damage on its own. I was talking about this before in regards to Spore Launcher, where I was complaining about its capacity and how it's really right now kind of budgeted around the idea that you effectively have to be looking for Smidgestone for it to like get real good value out of it. At least at like Higher Covenant. Like it's fine-ish, but like it is really patterned right now around the idea that it's getting Smidgestone on basically every run where it's used. And I really dislike that. And it's sort of the same thing with Golden Touch, where it is being positioned with the expectation that you are committing an upgrade to increase its magic power. And I think that's pretty lame to effectively be trying to mandate a required upgrade for a card. Just doesn't sit well with me. Anyways, as far as what we're doing here, I think we're skipping all these. What does the plus Calcified Ember banner over Alchemy indicate? So Calcified Ember, can I just pull it up in the logbook? I don't actually know if I can. Yeah. So Calcified Ember is a blight. It is purely just a garbage card. The banner over that card is an effect of the Covenant rank we're on, where one card in each draft will have, if you draft that card, you will also be given a Calcified Ember for your deck. So, the Calcified Ember is meant to be junk. It does have Purge, and so if you ever play it once in a fight, it will be removed from your deck permanently. But the idea is that it's meant to make you evaluate drafts a little more closely and decide, like, do I really need this card? Is it really worth taking on an extra card of junk that, especially early game, basically means, like, wasting an entire turn to play out to get rid of? So, that's what it means. So, from here on, every draft that we see will have one of them have a Calcified Ember attached to it. Could be good with Conduit. Yes, that's true, but that's true of literally every damage spell ever. And especially for it not being a Luna card, I feel it should be not expecting you to always have Conduit to use it. Anyways. I do want the Merchant of Magic. I also kind of just want to grab a Lazarus banner, though. And we do have another Merchant of Magic in Lazarus here. I'm also trying to think what all Lazarus units are there. They have kind of a weird unit pool. I think we want to go for the Merchant of Magic. The problem is that, like, what I really want to do is I want to be doing things revolving around the Unstable build-up. But to do that, I need much better tools than what I'm using. Anyways, I guess we're going here. Intrinsic Spell Chain, that's fine. Magma Cultist is good. Definitely one of my favorite Pyroborn units. Do I want you? Probably. It doesn't work super well with the unstable, but it's not bad in general. I'm going to do it. At least for now. Okay, so. We're going to Intrinsic that. We are going to Spell Chain that. We are going to minus cost that. And then I'm broke. Oh. I've definitely been not sitting in the best position for my deck. Oh wow. At least I'm no longer starving to death. Yeah, we'll set up top floor. We'll take the blue, and we'll just unstable them. Could have also just given a little bit of unstable to Orechi, but I wanted to get started fishing for regen. Alright, so we'll explode them somewhat, which is fine. So I could either kill these guys, or I can seed you with a bunch of unstable. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to swap you out so I can put down a Spear Steward there. Turns out, not actually that helpful. Okay, starting to be able to reanimate, and then just gonna wipe out a whole lot of those guys. I'm gonna hold on to the green infusion so I can try to build more reanimate for Orechi. Why not? We'll do this right now just so I can play these out. Doesn't really matter. It's fine. Here we are. But I didn't want to have to draw them on the next cycle through my deck. So, here we are. Spikes is whatever. Who cares? Not helpful. Not tremendously helpful. Well, so be it. I mean, I could also be playing out the infusion on something else, but here we are. Alright, look at us go. Now, I ended up taking damage because of my own Wing Steel. Boy, do I love Vengeful Shards. Alright, anyways, we exploded him pretty quickly because Reggie got up to like 100 plus unstable and very quickly nuked the boss. Okay, so we've got Potion Kit, which is an equipment that gives the ability Brew, which is a 3 cooldown mix. Mix being the same ability as our starter card, Secret Ingredient. So it would just help us create infusions every couple turns. And then there's Surgical Strike, which is 4 damage piercing, and when it slays something, you add a copy of this card with Ephemeral to your hand. So you can keep picking off low health units essentially until you are through. Especially if you minus cost this to 0, the Ephemeral copy will also be 0. Hello, Banhammer. How you doing? Thanks for the raid. Hope your day has been well. I kind of want Surgical Strike, but for the reason that I would want it, I would need to be way better at generating Reanimate. I think we're skipping these. Kind of want the Potion Kit. Don't really want the Calcified Ember. These look very familiar. We're going to skip them this time, too. Get him, guys! He's distracted by decisions. You're not wrong. We're definitely going here. I do kind of want the Merchant of Arms. Too bad. Okay. Alright, how do I feel about these? Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. So, Test Subject Alpha is one of the very few sweepers in this game. And it has both quick and sweep, which is pretty cool. That's all it does. But, in the right setup, that's very good. Doesn't really help me right now, but, you know. Everyone, Sal, everyone. Well, I appreciate the introduction, Spanhammer. Were you also playing Monster Train 2? I would assume probably yes. And then Plague Doctor is strike, apply unstable equal to the damage dealt, which is cool. I don't know that we can get good value out of it right now. It was indeed. What are your thoughts so far, and or, you know, any favorite clans? How far did you get? Yada, yada, yada. Oh, God, I've been streaming for a long time today. Got my first win on Baby Mode on Unlocked Luna, which was fun to learn a bit. Sounds good. Luna's pretty cool. They're mechanically my least favorite of the new clans, but they're still cool even so. Oh, I'm not far at all, run 3 or so. That's totally fine. I'm being good and not unlocking stuff off cam too, which will be hard. Yeah, that's not easy. The game is exciting. Anyways, I don't know if I want to take Plague Doctor. I think we're probably not going to take it, though. Yeah, we're not going to worry about it. We're going to skip this. What I wanted was one of the defensive units, which we definitely did not get. Don't have anything with Consume. If I Permafrost something, that will be enough to unlock the next Higher Heart. So if I do this, that's 35. That brings me down to 190. Should be enough. The double stack is appealing. I was going to do Spell Chain, and I still might. It's just such a bad way to be trying to get Reanimate. And I'm not generating a ton of Unstable as is. I'm still gonna do this, though, I guess. I don't know. Okay. I don't think well, okay. You know what? Is this the wrong choice? Yes. Am I going to do it? Also, yes. We now have 5 of those. And by that I mean we have 6 of them because we had 1 to begin with. Alright, he gains Rage 2 on Siphon. What a jerk. My least favorite of the Archeons, but it's whatever. And he's going to start top, which is what it is. Yeah, we knew this was coming. So. Alright, well now we have Reanimate. You may notice we are applying a little bit of Pyre Gel to him with every single cast. Alright, we need to get some Reanimate. probably fine swapping off of the green now and searching for like a blue, but I think we'll just keep getting reanimate just as a safety net. Especially because the green is not guaranteed to give me reanimate, it's just one of the options. The spikes are sort of fine, except that he's not my frontliner. If it wasn't clear, by the way, the exclamation is denoting that that unit will die to unstable. Alright, we're just going to use this immediately to blow these guys up and make my life a little easier. Especially because we're then not killing them on Archaon's floor. So that he's not going to get the rage from them dying. Also, we did get 23 Pyrogel on him from that turn, which is not bad. Okay, so we're going to just explode these guys so we can get pings of damage. And I'm just going to kill those guys. I take a damage from the Vengeful Shard, who cares? Oh, man. Okay, we are going to explode our own dude, which really explodes their dudes. And there we go. Mutual exploderation. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, we will build into a blue infusion. It's a little concerning, but sure. Unhelpful. Really don't want this to do more damage. I just want more unstable. Yeah, definitely underwhelming, but that's fine. I could use it on other enemies instead, but whatever, it's fine. We did lose our frontliner there. I'm not too worried about it because I'm not. Especially since now he's on this floor, he's getting more Pyrogel. Like a chump. Alright, and then we explode. He's gonna die. I could have also just shot him with my own Pyro and triggered it again, but we'll just let him die after combat. Ta-da! Yeah, so that's the sort of cool stuff you can do with Unstable. So which clan is this? What's their shtick? Looks alchemical. This is Lazarus League. They are the Mad Scientist clan. Their focuses are, well, unique focuses are mixing, which is what we were doing with the potions right there, where we create a potion, and the more we mix into that potion, the more we can, like, add to its effects. And then graft units, which are units that have an equipment attached to them already. So when you play them, they have an equipment attached. When they die, the equipment goes to your hand, and you can play it on a different unit. And then their other main, like, focus is, well, they've got a couple focuses, but they also do have a number of things that play with, like, equipment, and then unstable and reanimate. Anyways, Combustion Suit is not bad. It applies unstable to enemy units on strike. Again, it does apply unstable to all of the enemies at once, which is pretty useful. We're definitely taking Spike of the League, though, which is just apply X reanimate, which is a thing that I desire. So, do I want Hulking Mass here? Kind of. I think the answer is not really. I think I may be okay with Orechi now. I mostly need to just be getting him stacked up faster is the big thing. Also, remind me, what Kale is it? Spike's Kale? That's fine. And it's Entropy, isn't it? God. Fucking silence, dudes. Yeah, I think I'm skipping Hulking Mass. Had I seen this earlier, I would have taken it. Don't think I want it. Definitely don't want the others. I'm just gonna take the Ember. Well, I'm gonna go to the Merchant of Steel, though I mostly just want more Merchants of Magic. Especially now that I have the Spike. Alright, so Brewmaster is the one we hadn't seen before. Ability, Small Concoction. It just is a cooldown that allows you to mix. Higher ranks allow you to mix twice and mix 3 times. It's fine. I don't love it. But it's not, like, bad. Anyway, so this one now starts with 1 Reanimate and gains more unstable each turn. You may notice that the amount of unstable it gains is always equal to the amount of health he has. So after turn 1, he's immediately primed to explode. Not bad. I do not need those, but yeah, that's fine. We'll do this. And I guess for the time being, we're going to give you HP as well, which is all I can afford. Could remove something from the deck. Not going to worry about that yet. -1 Ember per turn. Fine. I'm going to set up mid-floor because they do have Scourge generators in this fight. The problem is I don't think I can set up bottom floor. At least not comfortably. Unfortunately, the... what am I trying to say? The Pyrogel from the Magma Cultist, like, isn't incredible with my game plan. Like, it's a good unit, but I'm not terribly great at it. Okay. Also, I definitely could have set up bottom floor, I think. But, I don't know. It's fine. So let's keep mixing in more Reanimate for the moment. We just want to have a healthy dose of Reanimate so we can kill him at our own leisure. That matters a lot less now that we have the Spike. Yeah, 5 Reanimate's fine. Let's try to get blue again and just try to give him more unstable. Although, like you saw before, there's a good chance that we end up getting just not a helpful mix-in. Yeah, where it does damage. It's not like the worst thing, but not incredibly helpful for my current needs. Okay, well, we take 1 damage from that, that's fine. We get a Scourge card, because they're jerks. We do sort of waste some of our Reanimate there, but not really. And now he's doing decent damage. He's doing 100-ish damage a turn to enemies. Well, I was really hoping that we could get a way to kill you, but I definitely don't have a way to do that. Okay, we're gonna gain our Ember. Put you out. And then give you more, and just do what we can. Unfortunately, we're not killing the backliner, and now we're getting a whole bunch of Scourges. This is why I hate this battle, because like if you're not setting up bottom floor, then they just go out of control. You just have so many Scourges all the time, especially when you can also draw the Vengeful Shards. Just feels bad. Like, again, it's not untenable. It just feels lame. I did totally forget that I had the purple one in my hand, so we're going to root you for a turn so that we can prevent you from hitting the pyre. Oh boy, we've unlocked Melting Remnant. Okay, well, let's play those out. And we draw the Vengeful Shard off of our own Wingsteel. Always feels bad to draw the Blight off of that. Luckily, this is not too bad, except for the part where I really don't want them to generate 1,000 Scourge cards for me. So we're not going to let them. Alright, more unstable. Although realistically, I should have been doing looking for green for more reanimate. It doesn't really matter. We should have enough damage to murder Corrin as is. Since even if Corrin just beats Orechi to death, then like it's going to be 152 damage per hit that Orechi takes, and that is definitely enough to kill here. But just for kicks, we're going to do more here. Drew into the one artifact that makes Blights cost 0 before those guys, and they were still awful, but at least marginally less awful. Marginally, yeah. The problem is that, again, they really push you towards playing bottom floor. And that's just true of Monster Train 2 in general. I think, which, I was saying this before, but I don't think that's necessarily, like, a bad thing overall. I do think it's better than having a repeat of Monster Train 1 or top floor. It's just, like, always the correct choice, almost. But I do think Monster Train 2 perhaps tips too hard in the other direction, where oftentimes you are disadvantaged by trying to set up top floor, and you are, in many ways, required to set up bottom floor. And not just set up bottom floor, but to have, like, a very substantial, powerful presence on bottom floor. Alright, so, Puffer Flesh, it's another Graph unit. This one comes with the Graph Spiky Skin, which reads, cost 1, 10 HP, Revenge, gain spikes 3. So, he automatically has that ability, and if he dies, we can give that to another unit. I'm not going to take him. Also, I really hate the way he looks. So be it. Acid Shower, apply unstable 10 and deal 1 damage to enemy units. It's not bad. Does not fit my current needs. And then Mixology, which is just mix twice. Which I might take. I don't think we really need it at this point. I'm just going to skip. I do like Soul Smelter. But I'm going to skip it. We don't need Fanning Flame. I don't have Horde, so Wealthy Whelp basically does nothing. And we've unlocked Melting Remnant. Recruit the melting remains of the Waxen Arches. Melting souls and greedy thugs band together to take the fight to heaven. I don't really need the Merchant of Steel, but I do like artifacts. I could also go here and try to buy artifacts, which is a maybe. That's probably what's better for me. Sure, let's go for it. On deployment, draw a room card. I do like that. I don't have any room currently, so it's a bit of a moot point. Again, if I had seen Makeshift Golem earlier, I would be more inclined to take it, but we're gonna skip. We should be pretty okay with what we're doing. Alright, the pungent smell of rotten chemicals hits your senses as strong as any strike. From behind the soft glow from illuminated formaldehyde tubes, a plague doctor slithers forward. Perhaps a Lazarus League such as yourself might be better by letting me tinker a little with your equipment. Alright, do you want to take part in... Do you want to partake in an experiment? We can gain a random graft unit. Don't care. We can graft a random equipment on a unit. A little questionable, but maybe. Or we could graft an equipment from our deck onto a unit. We don't have any. Alright, I'm willing to take the plunge. I think we want to do it on the Magma Mauler in case this is catastrophically bad. Because I would rather not have to ditch the Magma Cultist. Ooh, graft an in-deck one would be nice. Yes, it would be, but I don't have any, so. Alright, Plague Doctor lets out a maniacal laugh. Very, very good. Come by again sometime. I have more experiments I'd like to conduct. And you got Wind Blade. Fine. Don't care in the slightest. I had to combine 3 equip on a run. That would have been very nice to not have to pay for it. Yeah, for sure. I don't know. We don't have any rooms, but I'll take Dante's Footstool anyways. And I'll re-roll just for the sake of it. Don't really need them. Like, Firestone Housing's not bad, but it is whatever. Alright, so we get a minus draw, which is not my favorite, but it is what it is. Okay, that is a lot of cards. So, first off, gain some unstable. Alright, we'll start by trying to gain regen. Or not regen, but reanimate. I mean, the regen comes as part of it, because that's the base effect is regen. So we always have to have at least some regen on there, but really not what I'm looking for. This is very silly, having so many of these on turn 1. Okay. Yeah, that's enough. And then let's just try to get some unstable, I guess. I wish I had better ways to generate unstable right now, but I don't. So, here we are. Alright, let's gain extra Ember. And then just enjoy your reanimate. I don't care that I'm taking the damage from the Vengeful Shard. It is entirely meaningless. Well, there we go. Oh, I thought I had that dealing damage. It didn't deal damage. That's a shame. We're going to take some pyre damage. Well, so be it. So be it. If I could proc that again, we basically would have been solved, but alas. Anyways, unfortunately, we take a good chunk of damage. It's doable, but this is the concern. Um... Alright, let's try to get a blue infusion again. I just would like to have a higher unstable on him to mitigate any problems. I think we'll be okay. So because he is gaining 12 unstable per turn, even without my interference. He's got a lot of reanimate still. Well. Once again, have some regen, my dude. Again, if I were playing out the infusions one by one, we could be doing way better with the incanting. We could be generating way more Pyro-Gel than we have been. Which is not altogether a bad plan. But at the moment, I just want to be generating unstable for the most part. Okay. Alright. Don't need to play that. He's already dying. Oh no, it's Quoto. I mean, Quoto is actually kind of not the best matchup for us. But also, who cares? Would really appreciate it if it would give us the things we care about and not the things we don't care about. Okay, unsurprisingly, we've still got it. And just because I enjoy it, we're gonna play more things. Do any of them matter? No. Okay, just be Covenant 4 with the Shroom Legion. I can see why it's strong. Counter stacking and rally is crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of powerful stuff they can do. But I mean, that's pretty true of all the clans. And part of what makes Monster Train so great. But yes, Under Legion has some very powerful tools. Ta-da! He's dead. Unfortunately, we did take a lot of damage from that one unit we leaked, but... so I could take Electricity Chamber, because we don't have a room yet, and it would be friendly units gain spikes 8 on summon and reanimate, and so we could use that to have Orechi start stacking up a bunch of spikes. It's fine. It's not insane. Weaponized prosthetic, remove equipment from unit, apply plus 30 attack. Not my favorite. I might take Electricity Chamber. I don't know what other room I would want more is the problem. Well, that's not entirely true. I kind of just want like one of the neutral rooms, but we need to get to a Merchant of Arms for that, which we could do. Although right here, I think I want to go for the Merchant of Magic, because there are some like really nice upgrades I want. I guess we'll take this. If I have to remove it later, fine, who cares? Alright, we're gonna go here. We also heal incidentally, which is fine. I don't need more intrinsic. Kind of. Could do this. It's not the worst thing. Yeah. I left for work and you were streaming. Get home 10 hours later and you're still streaming. Happy to see you still on. Wish I could have played, but work has to ruin my fun. Totally understandable. Glad you're excited to see me here. Yeah, I've been streaming for 13 hours now. We're going to go for a while later. Just because I committed to this being a long day, and I'm just so excited to show off the game. But yeah, it's a long day, but game is great, and it's very, very satisfying and fun to show it off. Anyways, I guess we'll do this. It's not exactly what I wanted, but it's fine. Alright, we're gonna do that, I guess. Okay, double stack is one that I wanted. The question is, do I want to double stack here or here? And I think it's here. Long day, but worth it and ton of fun. Yeah. Especially now that I actually got to, like, eat some food. That one feels a little better. But, yeah, like, it's a special day. No other day is Monster Train 2 release day, so, like, it's important to me. Well, we're gonna dupe this, I guess. I was hoping for, like, holdover for it, but, hey. It also helped to get rid of some junk from my deck. Since I already have so many cards in my deck. I mean, it's not like an insane amount of cards, but... just, we have a lot of chaff that doesn't do anything. Okay, I don't really care about them having spikes. At this point, I can probably play Orechi up front. You know what? Let's go for it. Let's see how this works. It does mean he's not going to get to benefit from the Valor armor, but that's okay. Okay, this is a lot of cards. So... we're now going to give you 16 reanimate. Which is to say, that's a lot of reanimate. Alright, I want the blue infusion because I just want to stack a bunch of unstable on you now. Also, being in front, you make better use of spikes than you were before. Whatever, fine. I don't really want the frostbite on you. I just want unstable. Cherub dude just looking so smug. That is true. It's very fun to, like, see the finalized art for enemies during the testing process, because, like, I had no idea what to expect from enemies until we saw what they actually looked like, and a lot of them were not what I expected them to look like. Anyways, now we have 8 more spikes and a chunk of unstable, and he attacks into us, takes the spike damage, takes the unstable damage. Playing any other game is heretical for today, like what I'm doing. Yeah. Oh, man. I don't know why I'm going into rank 2 of this. Sure, whatever. I did forget that you have Scourge generators here, which is not ideal, but that's fine. Alright, show your face up top, Kale, you jerk. Okay, so he's just going to explode on them. He's going to explode again. He's going to explode again. Still got 12 reanimate. I am kind of burning through my reanimate, but that's fine when I'm doing hundreds of damage to Kale at the same time. And I can sort of repair my reanimate if need be. Okay, and guess what, Kale? Take another 36 damage because of all your Pyrogel. Not that we're generating, like, a crazy amount of Pyrogel, but, you know, we're trying. Anyways, have more. Then we'll take the blue infusion. Just because we can. He's already dead this turn, so I don't need to be, like, too fancy. But it still makes me happy to be fancy. I could have applied way more Pyrogel, but that's okay. Because then he's going to attack into me, and I explode, and then I explode, and he is dead. Hell Furnace is probably much better for me than Electricity Chamber. Because it would mean that my Incant Pyrogel would go from Incant Pyrogel 1 to Incant Pyrogel 4, which is pretty good. Do I care, or do I just want to keep the spikes? I am probably pretty happy to swap to Hell Furnace. Maybe? I don't know that, like, the Pyrogel's really doing that much for me is the problem. On the other hand, I don't think the... What am I trying to say? I doubt the spikes are doing that much for me either. Also, just to show off the new card here, there's Double Edge Bearer, Graft, Double-Edged Arms. It just gives multi-strike. So he's a Graft unit that has multi-strike, and so he can give his multi-strike equipment to another unit. Not that exciting. Multi-strike is good, obviously, but I don't know. I don't think he's that exciting. Sure, we'll take Hell Furnace. I will have to get rid of the other room that I have to really use it, but that's okay. I guess we'll just take the draw here. I think there's something I want to do with the Merchant of Arms. Pretty confident that that's not true anymore. So we're going to go here. Sure, I'll do that, I guess. Don't care about Holy Stone. Really should... Oh, no, I have gold here. I was like... I thought I was supposed to have more gold than this. This is why. Holdover is what I wanted, so I can put holdover on this. So I can be constantly increasing my everything, really. Whatever. You cost nothing now. Don't really need the fireballs. It is what it is. And then we're going to Reanimator 3. He starts with the Reanimate 2 and gains 18 unstable. And 1 Reanimate, which is fine. I don't think we need to swap to Reanimation Lab. Sacrificial Chamber would be kind of cute. Does not matter. Here we are. I maybe should have saved enough gold to get rid of the room. Not a big deal. I'm taking a long break from League of Legends to play Monster Train 2. Too many content to unlock. Yeah. I have not played too much League recently, though I do want to play more. Even if I reach Covenant 10, there's still tons of... Oh, yeah. Like, there's literally 180 crowns. It's a lot. It's a whole lot. Well, we'll set up top 4 again. So, not with Orechi in front this time. Even though I think it's totally fine for him to be in front. Crazy? Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, I knew there was a reason I was supposed to not set up top, and I forgot what it was, and turns out it was this. But I should still be able to manage. The problem is that these guys have Reanimate 2, and so I can't just kill them with like a single explosion. But I have sort of ways around that. Okay. I think I want to focus on the unstable, which I need to get unstable first for that. There it is. Okay, we just try to get as much as we can. The damage is fine. It allows me to proc the explosion instantly, which is not bad. It's just not always what I want to do. And also, I don't need it to be more than the base amount of damage. I do wish that Spell Chain cards were generated a little quicker. This was the problem in Monster Train 1 as well, where it's just like, I just want to play my cards as fast as I can. They've outdone themselves with this game. Yeah, it's very good. This is why I've been so hyped for it for so long. I mean, like, you know, even if it were half as good, I'd still be excited because I love Monster Train so much. But, like, it definitely exceeded my expectations. Especially doing 5 full new clans. Like, I am a little disappointed that the original clans didn't get, like, any reworking. I'm still hoping that they will do a, like, post-launch, like, update for those clans where they do a more substantial update to them. But it's not the end of the world if they don't. That is just what I personally would really like. Well. But yeah, what they have put in the game is very good. Well. There's you. It does worry me that you are sort of surviving my... I forgot to use this. That's fine. I don't know. Have some sap and melee weakness. I should have given that to one of the tanky enemies. Don't know why I didn't. It's fine. Whatever. Explode, enjoy, have fun. So what do you think of the Covenant difficulties? Is it easier or harder? It is probably harder than Monster Train 1. I don't think it's that much harder once you get used to it. But I also feel... it's very hard to make Monster Train much harder than it is. And still have it be satisfying and fun in the ways that I would like from Monster Train. Namely, and I've talked at length about this elsewhere, but like one of the things I really love and appreciate about Monster Train is that even at a high level, there's a very high diversity of like viable decks. Like, you can run a deck that's fully focused on revenge. You can run a deck that's all about incanting. You can kill enemies and even bosses with spells. You can do X, Y, Z other things. There are lots of different ways you can take a deck and still have it be fun and viable and not needing to like hit some insane high roll to pull it off. That really matters to me. So, if you start like pushing the difficulty to the extremes too much, like inevitably that means that like some strategies are just gonna like fall away as not being viable, or at least not being viable the majority of the time. Like, you're going to have to need to hit high rolls to like pull them off, or you're going to need to take radically different approaches, like taking away some of the player information, like making it so players can no longer see which flying bosses they're up against ahead of time, so you can't plan ahead around things. And so, like, to make the game harder, like to make it like Slay the Spire Ascension 20 hard, would, I think, fundamentally take away a lot of what I like about the game. So, like, I do want Monster Train 2 to be hard, but if I have to choose between, like, high deck diversity and just, like, raw difficulty, I'm gonna choose high deck diversity every time. Oh, we need our card/rewards that give negatives with every choice, make it super awesome. I feel targeted. Prototype. I feel targeted. Someone actually suggested something like that a while back, and I was just like, no, please don't. Please don't. But yeah, anyways, I think it reaches a pretty good level of difficulty. I do find myself winning without being, like, too highly challenged at Covenant 10 a lot of the time still. Though it has been a little while since I've played extensively because I try not to burn myself out too much. But yeah. Anyway, so, like, I'm okay with the game, like, being harder than it is now. But I just routinely want to caution against, like, difficulty purely for difficulty's sake. Because I think it risks losing something important about Monster Train. Well, we'll save him, and by save him, I mean he's still gonna die, but at least now these guys die to the spikes, which is something. Well, now we have multiple prayer stones. Whatever, that's fine. We'll let you die. Slay the Spire 2 is coming soon enough for that guy. He can have that type of balance when it comes out. I like Monster Train the way that it balances out choices versus risk to reward. It was a shard system for Monster Train 1. Only played the demo for 2. Yeah. No, I agree. Unfortunately, these guys are not ideal. Well, this is the problem with having so many Scourge generators, is like things get out of control real fast. But we're gonna try to just get a little bit more reanimate. We'll take the eventual shard damage, who cares. I got tired of how difficult Slay the Spire Ascension 20 was. You need to try hard and think hard in order to win. It runs taking a few hours. Monster Train is very refreshing in the sense that you can live your power fantasy. Might be easier than Slay the Spire Ascension 20, but it's a lot of fun. Yeah, like, I like to be challenged, but again, some other things matter a lot more to me than just, like, the raw challenge. And, like, there's a lot of, like, design and balance choices in Slay the Spire that I just don't love. I think they work fine. I get why they appeal to other people, but they're not the choices that I personally would want. Alright, and then Orechi explodes people because he's hitting for a lot of damage every explosion. And there we go. Orechi doing Orechi type things. Once again, not taking Puffer Flesh, not taking Acid Shower, and we're not taking the Organ Harvester, though it is a very good equipment, because turns out Slay, gain Reanimate, is pretty good. Well, we're going to skip that. We don't have any use for Mind Cage. We don't have any units with activated abilities. Make It Rain is not bad for us. I do generate a decent amount of Pyro Gel now. And Dragon's Breath is fine, but we're going to skip. Well, we're going to go here. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but that's fine. We heal. Ooh, so scary. Equipping a friendly unit restores them to full health. No. Volatile Gauge? No. Trader's Quill? No. If the infusions counted as consume cards, maybe, but no. Versatile Ember Staff, I'm pretty happy with. I definitely also want Progress Pacemaker. First time you mix each turn, mix again. It's fine. It's not like insane, but it's fine. Can't do that, and just remove some things, I guess. I don't know. I still have a lot of garbage in my deck. Oh, I remembered what I was going to remove was the room. It's not a big deal if I'm stuck with Electricity Chamber. It's just not what I meant to do. I will dupe this. I have to make sure that I'm not running out of Reanimate, but overall, I'm not too worried about that. Also, again, the Versatile Ember Staff is it is especially good against Entropy, because he gives me the curses constantly, and so this kind of rewards me for playing them out. Anyways, that goes there. We still drew the one that we wanted. I could have put a Steward up top to bait out the attack, but this is fine. I still want as much time as possible to be scaling up. So I could trigger Ember Staff if I play out the Whelp, the Shard, and then any spell. Yeah, I'll do it. It does mean that I get less Reanimate, which is a concern, but so be it. Okay, well, let's get 14 Reanimate on you. I guess let's just go for like as much Reanimate as I can right now. I could be applying a lot more Pyrogel if I were playing out each of these infusions separately. I'm not too worried about that. I'm just trying to get as much Reanimate as I can so that when I start shooting myself with the unstable explosion or whatever it's called, that I don't have to worry too much about running out of Reanimate. Because overall, that's largely my most efficient way to get a bunch of unstable, and also it helps me wipe waves because it does damage immediately. Okay. Nope. Getting a whole lot of spikes, which I don't super care about, but here we are. If this were banished and I had the ability to, like, shift my units, that'd be a different story, but I don't. Guess what? You're dead. Because I don't tolerate the kind of misery you bring. Silence units are bad for the game. As a hill I will die on each and every day for now until eternity. Alright, well, I could save him by giving him Reanimate. I'm not going to save him, though. He's just going to have to suffer. Alright, well. We got his graft equipment. That's something. I am burning through my reanimate, but that's fine. Got another big stack of reanimate coming as soon as we feel like using it. Alright. And it's not like it's a bad thing entirely that I'm burning through the reanimate, since I am dealing damage to Seraph every time I play one of the explosive reactions. Okay, God, it is a little tedious to play out all of my spell chain secret ingredients every turn. A lot of individual actions. There we go. You know what? You can even kill a whelp for us. It looks like I'm watching you make a super buffed needle. That is largely correct. Could indeed be described in such a manner. I have a lot of spikes. Well, we'll have a lot of spikes. That just doesn't matter to me. Yes, more reanimate. The enemies are getting very dangerously powerful because the backliner here does give them +5 attack every time I incance on the floor. But luckily that doesn't matter because we just explode them and they are not protected from... Their spell shields do not protect from the unstable explosion. But it doesn't protect from debuffs. Alright, so first off, let's explode so we can kill the stupid silence dude. Because nobody likes the silence dudes. Okay. We can probably seek out a different infusion type at this point. Okay, well. Spell shield doesn't stop me from simply blowing it up with my corpse. I mean, you're not wrong. Okay, look at us go. Burning through our hard-won reanimate. Whatever, who cares? Eventually, we'll end this battle. I mean, at this point, I can just keep hitting end turn and we'll get there. Like, we don't actually need to do anything special. We have a whole lot of reanimate, and every time we get attacked, we do 600 damage to the entire enemy team. Plus, he has, what, how much fire gel? 148. Even more. Just drawing into all the different blights and scourges. Always feels good. Okay. Alright, the final countdown. It does not matter that he gives me sap. Not in the slightest. And yes, I know he could kill him right now, but we're gonna We're going to build up Unstable just for the sake of it. But who would I be if I didn't play out cards unnecessarily? Alright. Look at us go. I did forget that that one was going to kill him because it did enough damage to proc the Unstable. Anyways, there we go! Finally, an end to that fight. It's a very slow fight, and kind of slow run in general, as I got, you know, as I had to mix so many times. All the time. Oh. Lazarus League, level 2, Brain Transfer. One of the weirder cards, just because it kind of lacks a good use case most of the time. Sacrifice, transfer the attack and all buffs and debuff effects on that unit to the front friendly unit. Catalyzing Agent. Didn't realize we didn't have this unlocked. I guess that makes sense. I have admittedly no concept of what gets unlocked when in the, you know, clan level ups. I'm just so used to having all the things that I keep being surprised when I realize that we didn't have access to something. Covenant rank 8. Enemies are stronger. Sadly, we did not hit level 5 with poor Lazarus. I wasn't expecting to, but it would have been nice. I do really like the alternate champion. I think he's cool. Definitely one of my favorites in the new clans. I will say the devs seemed much more willing with Monster Train 2 to allow for players to make infinite or incredibly strong combos due to endless mode Monster Train 1 things. Granted, that may be a Covenant 1 to 5 thing rather than a Covenant 25 thing. I don't know that I agree with that. I mean, like, there's still infinites that are available, but, you know, they tried not to let them be, you know, too prevalent, because while there are some people who really like infinites, they do trivialize the game if they're easy to assemble. And there's something that, like, definitely like a certain type of person will optimize the fun out of the game for themselves by trying to, like, always go for infinites if they're too easy to, like, you know, seek out. So, yeah, there's still infinites, but, you know, so be it. We're slightly closer on Awoken, I guess. I hate that the button flashes. I hate it so much. Okay, and yes, we're almost at Covenant 10. Well, sort of. Still got to do 8, 9, and then we'll be at 10. Also, we have a couple more Pyre Hearts to unlock still. Namely, we have one more turn of holding a Frozen card in hand, which is silly that we're at 39 and 40. Not a big deal, because we're still so far away with the Train Stewards. Lady Gilda, yes. That was the plan. I am going to have to get up for a moment just to grab some water and maybe something to soothe my throat a little bit, because I've been talking for 14 hours now. And that's a lot of talking. But yeah, we'll do Lady Gilda in just a second. But yeah, I'm not going to lie, it does piss me off that I'm still 5,000 away from this. Like, I got all the others, basically. I still just have to do a minor thing for this, but then I have to wait for 5,000 damage from Train Stewards for some ungodly reason. Anyways, so be it. Lady Gilda. I think we're just going to hit random MT2. Or maybe we want to do Lazarus. I don't really want to do mixing again right after that run, though. Not that we have to mix, obviously, but, you know. Side note, I do wish that Lazarus had a different clan symbol. It just, like, all the others are, like, a stylized emblem. Like, yes, some of them look like things. Like, this one looks like horns, this one looks like a candle, this one looks like a mushroom. But, like, they're still recognizably, like, an emblem. Like a, you know, clan emblem. This one is just a beaker. It is like something I would see on a lab safety poster. It does not feel special in the way that the others feel special. Anyways. Yeah, we'll just do random MT2 for the secondary. I guess we'll do Bogworm's Growth. We haven't played with it yet. We could also do Fear's Greed. We'll do Bogworm's Growth. See how it goes. Yeah, anyways, I'm in a quick start, but like I said, I'm going to... Wait, what? The MT1 clans are MT2? Yes, you clearly missed that part. Surprise! They're in the game. They, I will say, have not been changed, like, at all. They don't have any new cards. They have only minor balance changes, so, like, be aware of that. But yeah, they're in the game. Devs kept that secret as long as they could. So, now you know. It's a cool thing. Though I do hope that they get more substantial changes post-release. Also, we did end up with Lazarus again. Anyways, I need to go get water and, like, something soothes my throat. So I'll be, like, back in just a moment. Alright, I'm back. So, let's actually win a run with Gilda this time and not fail halfway through. We do have alchemy to start with, so we might just try to do horde-based things again. Sanguine Assistant is not bad. The graft equipment it gives is pretty solid. We have Miser as our start again. This feels familiar. Apply Pyrogel 5 to enemy units when a whelp dies. Not bad. Since we do have the starter whelps. I definitely lean towards taking Split Anvil here since we have the alchemies. Though, like, this could be good for a number of reasons. Like, we could use Reanimate to keep the whelps alive. Since I assume this counts just like any time like an Extinguish would trigger. I don't think they actually have to be removed from the field. Either way, we're going to take Split Anvil. Okay, so we've got Bloat Matron and Lady Avarice. So we don't have the egg generating one, sadly. Kind of want to do Bloat Matron. I think I'm probably going to do Lady Avarice, though. But, like, with Lazarus and such, we could do okay things with a Harvest. But we're going to do Lady Avarice. That's the plan currently. Alright, enemies get Titan Skin 1. And here we go. Alright, well, we'll play you out there. We'll play out the Miser. So just really double down on that Avarice situation. Because he has Avarice 15, which is a lot. I kind of want to play the Sanguine Assistant, but I don't want to miss my chance to play Alchemy, so here we are. Do that to get that one killed. I would like to get green so I can start stacking up Reanimate. Well, this turn feels pretty familiar. Except I'm not at all killing the backliners, but whatever, fine. I guess I don't really need Reanimate if I just get the Sanguine Assistant here. That's not entirely true. Well, we'll go ahead and do that. And you have Titan Skin, so I can't kill you with a bloated well. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to play that out. Yeah, we're going to play that now, and then I guess we'll do this. It was not what I was intending to do, but it maybe is going to mitigate my problems. Yep, that's bad. You are worse than I was expecting. It doesn't really help much. Alright, well, we're going to take some damage on this fight, but so be it. The problem is I have, like, no meaningful damage down here, especially because Miser has garbage attack. And if I had gotten the graft equipment set up earlier, I'd have a lot more lifesteal, which would have been a huge deal, but I didn't. Okay, well, we'll set that up. At least a little bit of extra damage. Yeah. Well, I can afford to take some... I can afford to take some pyre damage. And the problem is, like, doing the melee weakness is not that impressive while you survive. If I could do it so that the first hit would be from the pyre, that would be something. Because then it would be doubling the 30 damage to 60. Well, you're going to do this. We're still going to take more pyre damage, especially because he gains rage on killing my dudes. It's fine. I did lose like half my health. Whatever. Was not good. But I definitely could have played that better. Kind of want the Snotty Whelp. I just want more cards that actually do things. I probably should have been going for like red infusions instead of green. I think that would have helped a lot. I don't know. I kind of want the Snotty Whelp. I'm largely convinced it's not going to be great for me, though. I am going to skip. I maybe want the explosive reaction. It's pretty good early game in particular. And I do have Split Anvil, which works well with anything like 2 cost or 3 cost. Just take the potion kit. I don't really want the calcified ember as part of the issue. I don't think we need an explosive reaction. I'm gonna skip, and then I will. I'll save this for a moment, but I might loot that in a moment. Also, I did not pay attention to what floor got the Bogworm bonus. I don't even know if it showed me because I beat it with my pyre. So all the other floors were crushed. I lean towards going for the Merchant of Magic, but I know that's pure greed talking. That doesn't make me want it any less, though. That's fine. Let's figure out what happens here. Well, if I had anything meaningful to put holdover on, I'd be happy with that. What I was hoping for was, like, remove consume and then, like, holdover so I can use this both to generate horde and so that I can use the split anvil with it. Okay. We're gonna take Hothead for various reasons. Okay, I'm going to do this just to minus cost it, basically. And I do want to remove consume on that. So then we can hit it with the split anvil. I actually should have done that slightly differently. That's fine. Here we are. We just need to get through the next couple battles, and I will stabilize. Also, I am going to loot now, and I meant to do that before. Taskmaster's Lash does not matter to us. Pyreborn's Insignia does not really matter to us. At least not currently. Could matter later, kind of. We'll take Ember Charge, I guess. -1 draw hurts, but who am I if I don't take every trial? So mid-floor is the one that got the increased size. So Well, here we go. What I would really like is to get the graft units much earlier this time. Which is sort of my own fault, so be it, whatever. Forgot that I had extra Amber this turn. I was definitely a little confused there. That's fine. Okay, we're gonna do that for now, so then we can actually kill this guy. And his ability does proc the Avarice, which is nice. We're gonna use you to at least get rid of the Scourge Generator. Take a little bit of damage. Unfortunately, Gilda's then taking a fairly large amount of damage. But, we're trying. And I do want to do more... Well, I am just going to take damage from you guys. Also, I probably should have saved that. So I want to play the Alchemy, but I also kind of just want to play this out so I can get her killed, so then I can give the equipment to Gilda or the Hothead. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Everything's fine. Anyways, what am I actually doing here? The problem is I want to play the Alchemy. I think maybe I need to not play the Alchemy, but I also really want to play the Alchemy. I also think that I probably should not have used his ability this turn. I just feel so weak currently. Alright, fine. We're gonna do this, and we're going to use that to kill the backliner, because that seems correct to do. Alright, well, I'm gonna take some fire damage, and sadly I didn't play the Alchemy. Ow. Okay, so That gets us closer. I did actually mean to play these out before I did that. Because I meant to add to the green one, and I got distracted by the whole situation. I wish I could minimize this window. Sadly, you cannot. Do I actually want 6 regen? Yeah, that's about the same. I actually don't know what was better. Sadly, my backliners just die to the spikes. And he gains spikes as he goes higher. He's a jerk like that. Yeah, like I should survive this. It's gonna be bad. I'm in real bad shape, but nope, that doesn't kill me. I forgot that he goes to Spike 6, and that's fine. Whatever. That was a real bad run on my part. Well, let's try that again, because that was a poor showing. Well, we got Luna this time. Mageblade adds an additional +1 per stack, or Prismatic Dragon Scale. We're going to take Prismatic Dragon Scale, although, again, as we go higher in Covenant, I find this less and less likely for us to hit, because it also means that we have to always be playing out the Vengeful Shards, which is a waste of everyone's time. We'll try Lady Avarice again. I don't know. Unfortunately, our banner unit this time does not work for that, because he is too large to fit. We're going to have to use other things. And I don't have any starting defense. That said, I do have Moon Ritual, which means that I can ensure, or at least more, I have a greater chance of making sure that he's getting the new moon bonus, which is pretty solid this early. Okay, I'm just going to do that. It kills the backliner, and both of them trigger the Avarice. I don't like the sound that the collectors make a lot of the time. And I did forget already that I have a Snotty Whelp. It's not bad here. I'm not going to use the other Moon Ritual because I do want to end the new moon, so that our dude keeps getting his bonuses. Okay, and I do want to play out Meddler so it swaps to New Moon. Oh, except that if I do that, then we won't get the Prismatic Dragon Scale. We'll try it not doing that. Could also just not do the Bloated Whelp, I suppose. I guess we'll try. But it is important that we buff our dude, so... Sadly, I don't have space open for the Snotty Whelp. Wow. I can throw you there. And then we can use your ability next turn on Uriel. And then you're killing there, which is fine. We're giving you Conduit, which doesn't matter, because we don't have anything that Conduit applies to. Part of why I don't love that starter card, because there's so many starts where you're gonna not have anything that benefits from the Conduit, and plenty of starts where you're also not gonna have anything that benefits from the moon phasing. Either way, here we are. There we go. Alright, at least Shade Guard pulled through for us. We did get the Horde, since I remember that that was important. Do I want the Mind Cage? The only thing currently that I have that applies to the Mind Cage is like a Snotty Whelp. But if we got like a Hot Head, that would work, and it would be pretty good. Golden Touch is not bad either. Man, I'm sucking at sequel jank. I mean, I talked about this a lot earlier, but there's definitely a learning curve. It is, like, obviously the bones are very much the same as Monster Train 1, but like a lot of the specifics are going to be very different. Especially if you're trying to set up like top floor often. Mostly you're going to want to have a meaningful presence on bottom floor. I'm humbled and have to relearn. Yeah, it takes a lot of relearning. But I think that's fun. I think it's fun to not immediately crush the game. Even having spent so much time in Monster Train 1. Anyways, I think I'm taking Mind Cage here. I also kind of want Golden Touch. But I'm going to take Mind Cage. Gravity's not bad. I think we're taking Phase Blessing. Just because I would like some defense. So I can still get a minor Pyreborn artifact here. I'm gonna do this. Okay, that's interesting. But I am bad at generating Horde right now, so not the most helpful thing. I've mostly been doing bottom floor. I think my problem so far is backline damage, but I love Valor too much. I mean, Valor's good, but you do need to have other you know, solutions. Horde says Horde harder. I mean, that is the general plan. Oh, hold on 1 second. There we go. So, like, Pyreborn Banner, we could get Greed Dragon, which is maybe a fun play, and would sort of be a way to benefit from the Horde, even if I'm bad at, like, generating Horde, kind of. I promise that statement makes sense once I explain it. We could also get Guildmonger, which I don't love. I could get Magic Power on the Phase Blessing. I really do want, like, Hot Head for the Mind Cage. Like, this is also pretty decent, but we're gonna go here. I don't know exactly what I'm doing with the Merchant of Magic, but hey. Double stack, Pyre, whatever, fine. Not what I wanted. I mean, again, I do really love Magma Cultist. This is not the best deck for it, but it's still probably better for us than taking Miser. So, fine. I need the help, for sure. And I don't love this, but we need Magic Power on it. Okay, let's just mitigate our problems a little bit. Like, that's all we can really do, since... like, I could maybe reroll looking for a holdover. I'm not going to. And yes, I know I should be actually evaluating the trials more properly, but here we are. Yep, I do not have enough deployment ember. That's something. I do appreciate that. Oh, I'm sorry. I played this wrong. My bad. What I was supposed to do is use the moon ritual to get the pyre gel, then do this, then explode. That was the whole plan. Okay, we're gonna play the meddler. Although we do need to use his ability immediately because I do still want to be in New Moon so that he can stack up. Fine. You'll get the Mind Cage because I don't have anyone better suited to use it, sadly. Alright, have some Pyre Gel. Again, sadly, not actually killing most of the dudes there. Because we need to kill them some other way. Also, Gilda's gonna die, which is a problem. Not quite yet, but basically. Yeah, I could have done that better, but that's fine. We haven't taken any damage yet. We have generated some gold. We do finally get the Phase Blessing. It's a bit late for my taste, but... Okay, we swap the Moon Phase there. Whatever, you'll go there. Stupid spikes. At least our other dude has a decent amount of HP. Like, we should be in fine shape. Because he should just beat them to death. Yeah, unsurprisingly, good old dude gets to murder them. It's definitely going better than last time. Although I'm definitely generating way less horde, which is unfortunate. But that's fine. Okay, do I want Golden Touch? Kind of, yes. Do I want Alchemy? Also, kind of, yes. Alright, I'll take the Golden Touch. Do I want Moon Pixie? Maybe. It's fairly decent for my needs, since it makes both Phase Blessing and Golden Touch quite a bit better. But I also don't love that I get a Calcified Ember and stuff. That's still probably fine, though. Fine. Alright, I will save it for now. So what am I looking at? We are almost certainly going here, though there are some good Merchant of Arms things. Okay, well, I'm going to hold over this. I probably should hold over the Phase Blessing. Sure, we'll just do that. Well, so be it. We're gonna minus cost that. I don't really want to permafrost anything, even if I do want the Higher Heart unlock. Interesting. We did use Pyre Blooded to good effect earlier in the day. I don't think we have really the right deck for it here. Still wish that I had just gotten a Hothead, because that would have been nice. Could take Guildmonger. I'm just gonna skip it, though. Well, isn't that an issue? I'm gonna take this, even though it reduces me to 1, which is bad. But, hey. And he knocks enemies back. Great. I'm gonna mute myself for a moment while I eat some food. I'll be back in a moment. Alright, I have returned. So, unfortunately, after I went through all the trouble of setting up the Golden Touch being a holdover, was the last card in my deck. Or at least one of the last few. That wasn't great, but whatever. Well, we're going to take Tidal Turning, which is Consume, restore 20 health to friendly units, healing over max health applies to armor instead. It is an AoE version of Phased Blessing. It is expensive, unfortunately, but like that is very valuable to us. Ooh. Well. Yeah, I'll take it. I'm not like gonna put this to great use, but I will still take it. I'm going to take Ember. I also would enjoy other things, but we're gonna loot this now. Whelp Supply, Pyrogel 3 on strike is sort of interesting. I'm just gonna do the Flaming Talons, though. Friendly units gain Stealth 1 on Summon and Slay. +3 per stack of Stealth. I don't think I can handle that right now. It just causes weird problems. I kind of want to go for the Merchant of Trinkets. Because I do kind of want to look for the other Horde extension artifact. But legitimately just going to the Merchant of Steel and upgrading my dudes is pretty nice. So, that's what we're gonna do. Alright, so Lady Avarice 2. So, doesn't change the amount of Avarice enchanted, but she now gets +10 attack per 100 gold that you start the turn with. And just to clarify, that's not like a stacking thing. It just means that it recalculates the attack at the start of every turn. Namely, it's just that it caused weird things with like the damage previews when it was calculating it mid-turn. Namely, because like units with Avarice would lead to weird situations. But anyways, so she now has built-in damage scaling. That's essentially what's happening here. Or we could multipath for Guild Mother. I'm gonna do this part because I would like to fill out the logbook of all champion paths. And so we do need to actually see everyone to its third pathway. Which are quite a far ways off on, but, you know. We're doing this. That's what we're doing. Could do this. Could even just do it on something like the Ethereal Sealy. It's not terrible, because I can generate armor for them with, you know, with like Phased Blessing and Tidal Turning. You know what? I'm willing to do that. Do I want to reduce capacity? Kind of. Probably not. Okay. We will give you dualism. And I guess I just give you conduit, I guess. I am making Gilda weaker by spending this gold. But I think that's probably fine. Okay, yeah, that's okay. We'll do that. Alright, we'll leave that for now. And then I think we're just gonna dupe the Golden Touch now. It's either that or we dupe like the Ethereal Sealy or the Phase Blessing or the Moon Pixie. But I think we're gonna do the Golden Touch and we're gonna hope that it doesn't make me angry. Chances are, it's gonna make me angry. Heaven Seal's a problem, but not getting 200 gold is more of a problem. Well, let's try setting up high up. The problem is that only bottom floor has been getting the extra capacity. I actually probably did want bottom floor, but so be it. I mean, at the moment it's working out. Well, the problem is that if I'm killing things on a lower floor, or just with the Golden Touches in general, I am not getting I'm not getting the avarice from my dudes attacking into them, sadly. Alright, well, here we are. We are generating Horde, we're just not generating gold. The problem is I would very much like to not take damage, because then the Prismatic Dragon Scale, you know, activates at the end of battle. Do I care about playing at the Calcified Ember? Kind of. Kind of would like to. Sure, we'll do it. Also, I probably needed to not have Gilda in front, because she's the one who gives the avarice. She doesn't actually get it herself. And so her killing anything just means that I don't get to do it with the others, which is a waste. But whatever. May as well do that because they're going to die before they get to a chance to attack back. Well, let's give 69 armor to all of those guys. And I guess let's do the Golden Touch. Because I should be able to kill one of these guys. Oh, I forgot to heal fully. Well, fuck that then. Fair enough. Well, I don't get to kill with the Golden Touch, sadly. But it also doesn't matter because I get 3 Dragon Horde with the Dragon Scale anyways, which is exactly what I need to hit the max. Sealy's, like, wave attack, it just looks very weird to me. Anyways, I didn't generate, like, any gold off my Avarice until the Relentless, but I got a decent amount of gold after that. Okay, Sacrificial Chamber. I kind of want it, I'll be honest. I could also do Pay Off and just heal my Pyre, which is kind of cute. I do like Dragon's Breath a decent amount. Maybe I just want to do Payoff. I think it's largely unnecessary, but it's kind of cute because I would be able to heal my Pyre between, you know, 16 to 20. Kind of just want to take Sacrificial Chamber, though. I think overall we're going to skip. I'm already generating enough gold. So we could do Moon Cycle, gain Conduit, which would be cute with the Ethereal Sealy. Because it would drastically increase the amount of Conduit gain. The problem is it's not a banner unit. I'm just going to skip. And we're definitely looting this because we are at our max currently. Dragons and Whelps gain some. After using an ability, friendly units gain armor. I'm just going to do the Ember Charge. The others are okay. Spells gain +3 damage for each upgrade on their card. Units gain +3/+3 for each upgrade on their card. I'm not, like, wildly excited. I'm going to do the Sizzling Firecracker for the extra spell damage. I'm not at all convinced by that, but hey. They gain Conduit 1 and +5 attack on Moon Cycle. Yeah, we're going to do that. I am tempted by the Shattered Halo so that clan card drafts only offer rares from here on out, but we're not going to. Okay, well, we're going here. I don't know that we need the Magma Cultist anymore. The historian emerges from an inconspicuous library. In his hand are books that bear the symbols of the Hellhorned, Banished, and Pyreborn. Entry is strictly forbidden. However, I can lend you some of its knowledge. Which clan's tome do you take from the historian? So you could get One Horn's Tome, Fragile and Multi-Strike, Tome of the Lost Path, which gives flight to a friendly unit, or Tome of Contracts to reduce cooldown timer by 1. I did want Tome of Contracts on prior runs. To be fair, I don't know if I've actually unlocked it yet. It could be at higher rank in the clan. Since we are getting this from an event, it definitely like bypasses that. I kind of want One Horn's Tome to like put on Gilda, but I'm definitely not to that point where I can really utilize it yet. Still maybe want to take it anyways. I forgot what's fragile. It means if they take any damage to their HP, they just instantly die. You can protect them by, like, if they have armor, if they take damage on the armor that is not hitting their HP, so it doesn't kill them. Same with, like, damage shields, protects them. So, there are ways to take hits and still be fine. But yeah, that's the gist. Truly, a historian's habit to keep a useless book like Hellhorn around for millennia. I mean, One Horn's Tome is a lot better in MT2. Because, like, you do tend to have higher Ember often, so it's easier to play out. Also, the spell upgrades, namely dual stack, or double stack, I should say, don't increase its cost further, and so you can pretty easily make it into Multi-Strike 2, and, you know, other reasons. I actually might take One Horn's Tome. I'm going to. I don't know if we're going to put it to good use, but I will take it. I can make him even bigger. Whatever, fine. Get Titanite. I don't know if we're actually really going to use you, but fine. Reduce to 1 size. Conduit. So I have 6 deployment Ember currently. Okay. Well, I guess for the time being, we're going to give you Conduit, because I just don't have a better thing to spend that on. And then we're going to start getting rid of some things. Like, yeah, it cuts into Gilda's attack power. That's fine. That's good enough for now. And we're going to make Ethereal Sealy number 2. Well, Marker Invasion means I gotta set up top floor. Alright, well, at least you have a little bit of extra space up here. And this time, I am not going to put these guys behind Gilda, since that is the wrong decision. Yeah, the problem is these guys are super lame too. So like I could do the One Horn's Tome. Also probably should have played out the Magma Cultist in front, because these guys are definitely better for me than he is. If I don't draw correctly soon, we're gonna have a problem. Well, here we are. Well, you're at Covenant 8 already? Yes. I lost 1 run. I've been playing kind of slowly. I've also been playing for 15 hours now, basically. But, yeah. Alright, whatever. We'll give him the Harvest stacks. That's fine. Yeah, unfortunately, she dies from Corruption. Also, I maybe should have used your ability, and I totally didn't. Yeah, that's fine. I should have done that in a different order. That's okay. And I can't play out anything here, sadly. Whatever. We'll get the bloated whelp killed. Again, he gets the Harvest stack. Whatever. That's fine. Have to play that out. Still taking some damage. I could have killed him instead if I had wanted to, but I wanted to get both procs of the Horde. Although at this rate, as long as I don't take any more pyre damage, well, any pyre damage, I will still go up to my max, so I don't have to totally worry about that. Well, speaking of... I don't really want my things to die. And I don't like losing the conduit that you're giving me, but you are dying no matter what, unless I took pyre damage, which is not the worst thing. I could just take the pyre damage. But we'll see if we can get by without worrying about that right now. Okay. Well, I did change it so we're on full moon instead of new moon, and you want to be on new moon. Also, I forgot to use his ability because it is just cooldown 0 now. Well, it refreshes every turn is what I'm trying to say. So we don't need to be, like, sparing with it. Okay, well, let's see what we can do. We at least got rid of the sap dude, and then we're just kind of chunking down his Titanite or Titan skin a little bit. Oh, and his Covenant 4 bonus, since I totally forgot about mentioning it, is he... On resolve, he gains Titan Skin 5, so he loses some as you hit him, and then as he goes up to the next floor, he regains a little bit of his armor. It's not too bad. It's very manageable overall. Anyways, bit of a sloppy fight, but it's fine. We're just farming him for sweet, sweet gold. Okay. I'm gonna kind of like the stuck up whelp for even more avarice. Don't really care though. Make it rain is very strong if we want to use it. And I think the answer is yes. I think we want to use it. It does give me another calcified ember, which is annoying, but whatever. Maybe take the lunacy. It applies a lot of conduit, although not quite as much as I want. But it would trigger this multiple times, which is cute. I'm going to skip it, even though I kind of want to do it. And then we're definitely looting this, because there's no reason not to. Well, units gain extra stats. When a unit gains Pyrogel, it gains more. After using an ability, friendly units gain +5 attack. Do we even have stewards left in the deck? No. Sure, we'll get Spirit Breaker's Charge, even though I don't really get tons of value out of that anymore. Okay. Remove Consume is gonna go there. Sure. I'll do this, I guess. I probably shouldn't, but I've already committed to it, so here we are. And then we'll do that, so you're a much more manageable cost. Do I want to do this? Kind of. The problem is I don't think I really want that to be intrinsic. Especially not against Dominion. I just have a lot of units in this deck. I will leave it for now. I could probably get rid of a number of them. I think we're making Sealy number 3. Alright, well, here we go. And now it is Spike Scale, which is okay depending on how we draw. Very bad depending on how we draw as well. Well, can't play the Shade Guard. Alright. Well, we got to explode and kill some things, and then also gave plus attack to all of my dudes thanks to the Spirit Breaker's charge. So it works out. And we're able to armor up our whole dudes. Or, like, our whole team got 143 armor, which is pretty good. So I could do the Make It Rain, but I would like these guys to be able to attack so I can steal more gold from them. Which is why the Make It Rain plan was kind of questionable, but that's fine. I could have blocked some of that. It also doesn't really matter. Also, I should have... It's whatever. Does not matter. And none of you have abilities, so... Enjoy the Mind Cage. Mind Cage has not done a ton for us. But it's okay. We gain a lot of Conduit thanks to the triple Sealies. Alright. Yes. Well, our deck has turned around to being pretty good now. Unfortunately, I cannot play the Calcified Ember right here. I mean, I could have if I didn't play as many things, but I did want to play my things. And then we use the Whelp to get even more gold. And we're essentially capped out on a Horde already. Well, now we for sure are. I would love to get the other artifact, but the chances that we hit it are pretty low. But, so be it. Also, I definitely should not have hit those with the, I should not have killed them with the spells, because I was depriving myself of Avarice. It's fine. It's not like we're struggling with cash at this point. So, Duality and Pyroclasm are both sort of interesting, because I am stacking a lot of Conduit. And if I just want to shoot the boss to death, you know, that's a way to do it. I do sort of lean towards taking, like, Pyroclasm, but again, then I have just, like, Calcified Embers that are in my deck. I can just pay to purge them at this point, though. I have a lot of gold. It's not the end of the world. I kind of want to take Pyroclasm. I don't know, fuck it. We'll take Pyroclasm. I don't think it's the right choice for me, but it's a fine choice. We're going to take extra Ember. We're going to loot. Fine. None of this really mattered to me. When you have a friendly unit, gain Conduit. Sure. But I don't have equipment. Well, I guess I'll take Artificial Pyrostone. I guess we're going to the Merchant of Magic. Because I don't really need the Merchant of Steel, so... and then Lady Avarice 3, so now it's Avarice 10 instead of 5, and she gets plus 20 per 100 gold instead of plus 10. Could do this. Kind of cute. Don't think it really matters. But we could. You know what? Fine. Holdover. Who cares? I will permafrost just for the sake of it, partly so I can get the Pyreheart unlock. Also, once again, supposed to do this before the other. Ended up working out okay because this doesn't hurt me. This may sound dumb, but will ascend/descend trigger shift? I think yes. You're fine to ask, and yes, it does. More specifically, it's even easier than you think, because it doesn't even need to be the unit that is ascending. Even when there are like shift units on a floor, if something is ascended or descended to their floor, that will trigger their shifts as well, is what I'm trying to say. Alright, we're just gonna pack a bunch of whelps into a box. But yeah, with most things in Monster Train, it leans towards helping player. Okay. We unlocked Umbra! I guess it was from the Bogworm increasing, counted for that. Which I was not expecting, but fair enough. I have a lot of deployment Ember. Okay. Well, let's do this, because otherwise I leak units, and I don't want to leak units. And I can afford to give up a little bit of gold, but I really did not want to have to deal with all this garbage. Alright, whatever. I'm not gaining gold. I at least got rid of a Calcified Ember, but... Like, I can kill them, but I was trying not to spend all of my gold on this. That said, we're just going to Golden Touch our own units to get the Slay triggers. Oh no, I didn't realize the box was gonna die. Oh no. Okay, I'm not going to play the Mega Rain. Should have played the Calcified Ember. Didn't realize that I had that as a choice. Wow, Sal streaming on time today. Waiting for someone to make that joke. This Curse of Entropy is annoying me. Yeah, just you wait. Well, the Amalgam is maybe a problem. they only do crazy tons of damage when on the floor with Conduit. I also do want to do the tidal turning. But... well, I'm going to take fire damage for the first time in a long while. Oh well. Yeah, unfortunately we're only getting to... we're only getting to 8. But that's fine. He does block my big damage because he has Spell Shield like a jerk. But that's fine. We unlocked the Heart of the Time Father Pyre. We're still nowhere close to unlocking the last Pyre, which is annoying. I just really hate that it's 8,000 damage with Train Stewards. It's such a lame unlock. Oh, skip that. I do want the title turning, but I'm going to skip it. I will loot this because my last chance to loot. And so be it. I don't know. We'll take Shell. It doesn't really matter. First room card played, each battle is applied to all floors. I still don't have any rooms, right? I do not. Train Stewards explode, who cares? I'll take the loss of luggage, I think. Although, like, I might get a room in a moment. Commune with the ancient Umbra Shroud. The original residents of Hell mine the Crucible for precious materials to help in the fight against the Titans. Hell yeah. Echo of the Time Father. Once per battle, select the heart to apply Frozen to all non-Blight and non-Scourge cards in hand. Again, not the strongest, kind of an underwhelming ability, but it's cute. I do like that it, you know, encourages slightly different play. Kind of want to go for the Merchant of Trinkets. I think we're going over here, though. Not the Merchant of Trinkets, Merchant of Arms. But I think we're going over here just so I can make another Sealy. Yay, one shitty champ unlocked. Hey, like, Primordium is stronger than ever. Because I'll tell you right now, he benefits very well from equipment. So, you know, that's the thing. I don't really care about Moonstone. I don't have a room to draw with Dante's Footstool. I almost bought it on Reflex, but it doesn't matter. And yes, we have reached the point where we are now going to multiple rows of artifacts. Sure, I'll take Stardust Tree. Doesn't really matter. And now there's the expanded coffers. Great. We'll take Emote Tome, even though I don't think I'm going to get great value out of it. Okay, you know what, I'm just going to get rid of the Calcified Ember, and I'm going to get rid of the Meddler. I don't want to give up all my gold because it does make Gilda weaker, but like it also doesn't really matter. That's fine. We'll leave it at that, and we'll go Murder Dominion. I think we'll be largely fine, especially if I actually use Tidal Turning in this battle. And I don't need to be like trying to maximize Horde generation anymore, so. Oh, I forgot. There's a reason I was setting up on bottom floor. Hello, Glacier. How you doing? Hope your day has been well. I forgot you're starting early today. Yeah, started real early today. As an aside, I will probably be starting early tomorrow as well. I don't know how early. It's definitely not going to be 7 a.m. early. But, you know, I'll probably be doing another long stream, just not this long. Yeah, I don't really want my dudes to get all of that corruption, but fine. You need at least 12 hours of break after this stream? Yeah. It's been a bad week for me, but it's getting better. I can relate. I hope it improves quickly and dramatically. Or you think that's how you don't think you should be maximizing Horde? I don't think you have that many artifacts. If we had another battle after this, I would, but I don't, so. Alright, we'll just give a casual 291 armor to my whole squad. We don't actually reach the backliner there, annoyingly. I could have even done more. I forgot that he does phase changing. We actually do get the backliner now. Anyways, we'll do this. It does prevent him from getting the new moon bonus. I'll tell you right now, doesn't bother me in the slightest. 4 runs so far, and I really like the Luna Coven. Still need to unlock the last 2. Fair, fair. Under Legion are definitely my favorite, but I do think the clans in general, they've done a very good job with. Under Legion is on the list to unlock, so yeah, I figured since you said the last 2, and that's, yeah. I figured that was the case. But yeah, they're very cool. Alright, well, it is time to absolutely murder the shit out of Dominion. I did this wrong, because I totally forgot that that was going to copy. This is what I meant to do. Was this. Yeah, we don't have a meddler to phase change for us. Anyways, that's fine. And then he takes another 2,360 damage. And is absolutely fucking dead. As I wait for all the conduit to tick up. There we go. Took a moment for it to catch up. Anyways, that was a run. It was very satisfying to get the Sealies going. Getting the, whatever the Fey gain conduit on Moon Phase. And yes, now we've unlocked the Tome of Contracts. And Gel Transfuser. When any unit dies, their Pyre Gel is spread among enemy units. Hell yeah. And the Pyreborn Brain Spike. Ritual Tome. Apply Titan Skin 2 to a friendly unit. And Scrivener, which is a cool unit that is a little underwhelming. So, Scrivener, their whole big deal is that they have an ability that draws a spell and gives it -1. The problem is that it's very prone to drawing the Luna starter cards, which are already 0 cost and do basically nothing. Like, if this just drew a non-starter spell, would be great. Or if it drew a spell that, you know, has base cost 1 or higher. But the fact that it can draw, like, Witch Weaves and Moon Rituals, it just is really infuriating. It's a cool unit otherwise, though. Alright, Covenant, rank 9. Your Pyre takes 30% damage at the start of the run. Oh, no. I mean, like, it is impactful. But hey. We all knew it was coming. Oh, man. Whole lot of mastering to go. And we haven't even started on the 180 crowns yet. Gotta get to Covenant 10 first. Can you show off some of the pyres? Yeah, I'll do that in just a moment. Okay, so we've unlocked sort of all but one. There are 4 more to go, but the last 3 you get all at once for defeating the Titans. So we still need to unlock one of them by doing 5,000 more damage with Train Stewards, which is just really annoying that that's the unlock condition. Anyway, so to go through them real quick, since we asked, we got the Proto Heart Cage, no special abilities, just a little bit higher stats, higher damage, higher HP, and that's a little more pronounced as you go through the rest of the run, because they get different amounts of bonus stats for each boss artifact. Heart of the Pact, after playing a card from both of your clans in each turn, you'll draw +1 on the next turn. Life Mother's Pyre lets you copy cards at merchants for a cost. Malika's Pyre is why am I blanking on the name? Capricious Reflection. It's just Capricious Reflection. Even worse is when you have Malika's Pyre and Capricious Reflection, and every card starts with 2 random upgrades. Winged Spirit lets you once per battle select or activate it to heal the front friendly unit on each floor to full. Fierce Greed, when your pyre takes damage, gain 10 gold. Aqueth's Reservation, once per battle, select the heart to gain 3 ember for that turn. Bogworm's Growth, which is the one we were just using, permanently add 1 capacity to a random floor after each battle. And then Echo the Time Father is the one we just unlocked. Once per battle, select the heart to apply Frozen to all non-blight, non-scourge cards in hand. The only ones we haven't played with so far are Echo the Time Father and Fierce Greed, so Fierce Greed it is. We're going to do Madame Lion's Mane, because we haven't done her yet. And I guess we're going to do Lazarus, because they are the lowest leveled. There we go. Alright, we're up against Savagery, which is fine, I guess. And then we have Pyre Hunter, which is the one that punishes us for having empty floors, and Lifesteal. Rod is okay, though expensive. Sanguine Assistant is not bad, but really not what I wanted right now. And Moral Mistress is not the most helpful starter card. Because she has Edge, applied Decay 8 to enemy units. The problem is we don't have any starting Consume cards. So we have no way to proc her ability. She's also part of the reason that I wish that Spore Touch, Lion's Mane starter card. She's part of the reason that I wish that this could take magic power, so then we could upgrade it to have the +20 magic power and consume upgrade. Because, like, that's part of what works well in Wurmkin in Monster Train 1, is that Echo Wright, the champion that cares about etching, has the ability to have their starter card be made into consume cards pretty easily. And, like, technically you can do the -2 and consume upgrade, but it'd be really nice if you could also do the magic power one. Okay, so. God, do I really want to do the drafts or only rares? The problem is I don't remember what all of the rares look like in Under Legion. Yeah, that's an interesting spread. I also probably have not unlocked several of the rares, which means that my pool would be even more slim. Oh my god, man. I mean, I kind of want to take it. I do really like taking Shattered Halo a lot of the time. I'm not sure I want it here, just because I think we'll end up with just such a weird, terrible deck. You know what? I know you guys want to see it. We'll take Shattered Halo. We might die very quickly. That's fine. So, the first two paths for Madame Lion's Mane. Number one, we have Man-Eater, which gives her an activated ability, which has cooldown 1, so she can use it every turn, essentially. She applies Sap and Decay to a unit. It's not great. It's definitely my least favorite of her paths. And then there's Everbloom, which is Incant, spawn 1, which is, turns out, really good with rally units. Like, we're going to take the Incant spawn because we have the best Incant starter card. The problem is, unfortunately, we don't have a unit that helps with that, and also a lot of what we're going to draft, thanks to Shattered Halo, is going to be nonsense. We're gonna do this and try not to cry too hard. God, she also has terrible base attack. Like, this is a unit that needs higher attack, not Spore Launcher. Spore Launcher needs to be 2 attack, like 10 damage, or 2 capacity, 10 attack, or 15 attack. Moral Mistress needs to have like 10 or 15 attack. Because, like, when you start with her and you have no consume cards, like, it feels really bad. But anyways, I guess we're going to try to set up bottom floor to minimize my bleeding. Already forgot that I had Sanguine Assistant. Well, So, have you eaten? I have eaten. I have eaten while playing. I just checked Discord. Did you see the patch notes from approximately 2:30 p.m. today? No, I have not seen anything that does not involve me sitting right at this table all day. The stream sustained him. What is in the patch notes? Or what of note is in the patch notes? Alright, let me take damage, whatever. Just want to make sure you're looking after yourself. I do appreciate the concern, Tom, but, like, this is definitely a long day, but, yeah, I mean, it's a special day, so, you know, I'm down to do it. Just a bunch of unlock changes. Oh, well, I should probably let my game patch then. Unfortunately, I really would have preferred to draw the Rot next turn. And soft lock change might be too late. We'll see. Wait, I've done most of the unlocks already. There we go. And thus... Oh, I did forget that I have Fira's Greed. I should have just taken the damage from the Vengeful Shards. What do I normally do with Fira's Greed? Because turns out, not worrying about the Vengeful Shards, which are already pretty meaningless, and just getting gold instead is pretty good. So I gotta be honest, I was gonna quote some Shakespeare to describe your application onto this game, but I feel like it'd be lost upon your chat. Oof, you're so mean. Also, I don't want to quote Shakespeare while Tom is here because he'll bully me. You do deserve to be bullied. They nerfed a boss at Low Covenant. Well, we're already past that. Okay. So what are we doing here? We might take the Tome of Evergrowth, because that's pretty okay. I like Fungi in a suit, but it doesn't play well into incanting. And Deadly Variant, like, is not bad, except for the part where I don't generate sap currently. So, we'll take Tome of Evergrowth. I could just start stocking up on Double-Edged Bearers. I'm not going to. I will say, Minds of Their Own is a great card. It's one of my favorite cards in Lazarus, and just kind of in the game. But it causes all equipped friendly units on the floor to attack immediately. Real good. Real good card. Spike of the League is also good. I'm willing to take that. So, I really want to visit the Merchant of Magic, but I would like an Underlegion banner pretty badly. So we'll do that. Okay. Well, that's not what I wanted. Prickly Puffball's alright. I still would like to see some changes reverted on him, but he's mostly back to where he was. Not really helpful unless we're putting him on a different floor, which is fine. We can definitely do that. It's not a big deal. We can get another Moral Mistress. Doesn't help me in any way. Do I want a Puffball? I am uncertain if I do. What are we even up against? Savagery. Yeah, fine, fuck it. Dualism. So be it. You are now... Enjoy your dualism. You're also getting Reanimate 2. Because you can. Although I probably should have given that to the Puffball. Doesn't matter. Here we are. I definitely don't have a good deck currently. But there's always the possibility of turning it into a good deck. So, you're now going to go here. Once again, this is the best song in the game, just so you're aware. Well, I was really hoping to get any card that consumes so I could use her ability, but that's fine. Alright, well, we're not killing them, but we killed the haste enchanter. We did some things. We're living our best life. I want to use the Rot, but it would mean that I couldn't play the other things this turn. And I was really hoping that we'd get the Unstable from that so we could kill all the backliners. And then we do this. So, he attacks into the Puffball. I did kind of gloss over what Puffball does. I know I hemmed and hawed with it on screen, but I don't think I actually read out its things. Anyways, it just gives Revenge applied to K5 to the attacker. Just a bog standard Revenge unit. Unfortunately, unlike Titan Sentry, you cannot self-proc it because it only triggers when hit by an enemy. But, still decent. It fulfills kind of a weird spot in the clan, though, because you can't use it on a floor that is using Fungi very well, unless you have some way to shift. Because the Fungi are always generated at the front of the floor, and so it generally will end up in front of the puffball, which is not helpful. I wonder if there will be a mod or something to change the collectors. The new one looks malicious and hateful. It is indeed meant to look vicious and hateful. Well, we finally get to proc the Edge, which gives off 16 decay, which is a lot of damage. And we're going to use that to give him regen and sap. And now he does no damage for the turn, which is pretty cute. Kind of want to play the Steward, but I do just want to generate more fungi. Okay. Really not what I was hoping for here. Drawing the Vengeful Shards this turn, very bad. Also, I need to remember that I fear his greed. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, real bad turn for the things that I got, but okay. So we're barely able to keep up with his armor gain. Like, does not help. The Rot is kind of nice. I could also just give you Reanimate. I think this is still better. Yeah, that gets the kill. It knocks off the damage shield, it seeds him with a bunch of decay, and then he just gets more decay by attacking with a puffball, and then he decays to death. Okay. Well, we can take Racking Pain again. Damage equal 3 times the debuff stacks on this unit. The problem is I need to generate debuff stacks. Could do Fungi in his suit. It's good, but it's not exactly what I need right now. Or we can take Spike of the Legion. And I guess we're going to take Spike of the Legion. Could take Combustion Suit. Or I can take another Spike at the League. I don't know, I'll take a Spike to the League. I just have such a mishmash of terribleness right now. And you're already full on upgrades. I don't know if there's anything that I care about at the Merchant of Arms. Problem is I don't really care about anything anywhere right now because my deck is awful. Do I care about Steward's Quarters? Yes, I do, I think. Okay, because now we can get 1 extra capacity out of it. Meat Shield is also not bad on Puffball. I could also just get a Combustion Suit, which I know we just skipped on. But, like, it's not bad. Fine, I'll take a Meat Shield. I did this in the wrong order. Okay, luckily it doesn't matter. I'm just going to get Bone Dog's Pendant. I also meant to read the event text for that. Totally forgot to do so. My bad. Okay. I love the art for Meat Shield so much. I don't love looking at it. I do think it's decently executed, though. Okay. So I have a different purpose for the Steward's Quarters later, but for the moment, why did I play you top? That's fine. For the moment, we are actually just going to put out 2 stewards. I laughed so hard when I saw it for the first time today. Fair enough. Alright, so you get the meat shields. That happens. And then we apply a bunch of decay. Like, when we do proc the etch ability, we do give off a fair bit of decay. The problem is just that my deck is bad. Well, I'm not doing so great on the incanting front, but I figured I wanted to give her a bunch of reanimate, so I gave her a bunch of reanimate. You know what? Have even more reanimate, as we'll propagate 6 times. Alright, we are going to sap you. I don't care that I gave you regen, because mostly I care that you are no longer capable of damaging me. In fact, have some more sap. And have some rage, I guess? I don't know. Either way, we did solid work on that turn. Well, you don't get to attack. And I guess we're going to do Rot on you. I'm fine taking the Vengeful Shard damage. It's just gold every time it pings. Oh no, it's Relentless! Hey, guess what? You have more sap now. Hey, guess what? You have more sap now, and I have more fungus. Alright, well, my deck is a jumbled mess, but it's a jumbled mess that is sort of working. I mean, we're not, like, far into the run yet, but still. Yeah, this is the problem. I can't just keep taking more Spikes of the League. I'll take Deadly Variant, but again, the problem is I'm not generating sap. I could take Balm of Bellow. Regen 6, Spike 6, Extinguish, apply this unit's buff stacks to friendly units. We're not going to take him. We are going to take the Spoiler Launcher, though again, he doesn't fit normally, and that is frustrating. Like, I could swap out the Moral Mistress. I think we're just going to take Capacity, even though other things are quite useful for me, but we're going to do this. What does this Pyre do? Whenever I take damage, whenever the Pyre is damaged, I gain 10 gold. Doesn't matter how much damage is dealt, 10 gold every time. Alright, Everbloom 2 now gives us Etch Spawn 2. Which again, is why we wish that her basic card, the Spore Touch, could take the plus 20 and consume. Because that would synergize real nicely. Anyways, that's a consume card now. You're a Spell Chain card now. I guess I'll minus cost this. I don't know. I don't really want to make this Rot consume as well. I mean, I don't, like, super care. Maybe that's fine. Yeah, fine. We'll do it. I might do the Tome of Evergrowth here. Or maybe dupe the Spike of the Legion. I think we're going to dupe Spike of the Legion. Though, again, it would be better if I had, like, I don't know, done any upgrades on it. What is Mix? I will explain in a moment. Fucking kill the Corruptor, the worst of all things. At least we have a Spore Launcher. But yeah, it's easier to explain once I have a Mix card on screen. I don't actually need the Steward's Quarters for this, because we hit exactly enough capacity. I guess we'll play that there just in case I play Stewards later. Okay, so, Mix does this. There are 4 different colored infusions. It picks 2 of them randomly to choose from. Each color has like a basic effect. The red one is Rage, the purple one is Sap, the green one is Regen, the blue one is Unstable. The infusions don't get discarded from your hand at end of turn, and can't be discarded other ways either. And so you can play them out whenever you want, or if you mix again, then it will add more effects to the infusion. Namely, it can either like double down on the effect you already have, or it can do other things from that color's like tree of options. So like the red one can give you Rage, or on Mix 2 or further, it can give you like damage shield. I actually don't remember what the other ones it can give are. Maybe armor? Don't know. Green starts with Regen, can also get Reanimate and Spikes and something. Maybe those are all the options. Anyways, the point is, it makes these infusions. That's what they do. Did Monster Train 2 fix the meta of just piling everything in one train room? Or do you still build everything on one floor? It depends. I tend to do a lot of focus on a single floor. There are other players, like high-level players, who do tend to do much more, like, much more things on other floors. Both are viable. It is partly just a playstyle thing. But it's definitely at least a lot better about it than Monster Train 1 was. No, they didn't quite kill you. Puffball's always going to kill these guys. He will die next turn, but in the meantime, he will be able to revenge himself upon these jerks. Oh, you don't quite make it. Okay, well, we'll play you there so you can still not hit the last one. I mean, it's fine. I can take some damage on the Pyre. It's not that big a deal. And then we're going to propagate a whole bunch. Which then also spawns a bunch, which then triggers the rally on the Spore Launcher, and then puts a bunch of decay here. I will say that, like, of all the clans, Underlegion is the one that is typically going to be doing, like, the most single-floor setups, because they... Just the reality of Rally definitely encourages you to do a lot of units on a single floor. But even they don't have to be doing like a single floor setup. I'll play you out so you can die since we're already killing all these things. Banished with their shift mechanics also tend to favor setting up a lot of units on single floor. Oh, I totally forgot to actually use this last turn. Whoops. There we go. Well, our deck has gotten dramatically better now that we have a Spore Launcher. And we're just going to keep bullying these guys and never let them attack. So, ta-da. Alright, everybody's favorite asshole. It's Kel, the Corruptor. Misheard while I was reading another Windows Squirrel launcher. That is a very different situation. There we go. Goes from being at 139 damage to murdering him to death. Me. Okay, sounds legit. Fair enough. You know what? I didn't realize that I had reanimate on the fungi. That definitely makes sense why it works so well there. Anyways, I'm probably just taking another Spike of the Legion. Racking Pain is also okay. Another Tome of Evergrowth I kind of like. I don't really want the Calcified Ember. We're doing this. The problem is that, like, since I have basically just all spikes all the time, they mostly don't do anything. Like, they mostly don't do anything if I don't have the Ember to sink into them. And I can't sink Ember into them like ever. Could take Electricity Chamber. I don't think I'm going to. Okay. So, if I go here, could hit Smidge Stone on the Spore Launcher. Could also hit Dualism. Those are both good. If I go here, I can also just do stuff to my spells, which would also be helpful. Nonetheless, we're going to go here. Dualism. Enjoy. Not helpful. I could just give you Reanimate, which is fine. It's fine. Not really. The problem is, like, I'm not really defended against, like, Savagery. I mean, I have a lot of problems. Let's be very clear about that. Some of them are overcomable. Many of them are concerning. Okay, well. Could give you Endless. Don't really want to give you Endless. Could give you Reanimate. Fine, have Reanimate. Enjoy your life. And then we're going to do the Tome of Evergrowth, I guess. And we'll just try to sap the shit out of anything that bothers me. I would like to remove a lot of cards from my deck still. We'll see if that ever happens. Again, unfortunately, the Steward's Quarters just basically doesn't do anything for me. But we'll do that. Now a very large prickly puffball, as we all may aspire to be one day. Enjoy your Meat Shield. And then... You know what? We'll play out the assistant right there. These guys do tend to feast upon the Fungi, unfortunately, because they're already a little threatening because they have multi-strike and a fair amount of HP, but they get extra damage whenever they harvest, and if they have like any meaningful amount of attack power, they'll just cleave through your Fungi stack and just harvest a whole ton and just get stronger and stronger. It's very bad. Alright. Well, we can get the collector. We are going to sap ourselves, but it's fine. Who cares? Alright, so you don't get to attack. You don't get to attack. I forgot that you apply more sap because you have dualism. Dualism is weird because I always think that it is just affecting what's printed on the card. But no. It works with equipment and with like added abilities like this as well. Which is strange to me, but that is how they've chosen for it to work. Either way, the point is, it's better for us that way. It's just something to keep in mind. Alright, so you can have one, and you can also have one, and now no enemy gets to attack us ever. Because you get 3 sap, you get 6 sap, you get 6 sap, and you get 3 sap, and that's good enough. Like, it only has a 1 cooldown, so it's up next turn automatically. Alright, he's not quite dead, but he's basically dead. You won't get to attack into the prickly puffball, but that's not really a big concern. Alright, we're almost there. And he's dead. I mean, he has 18 sap, which is decreasing his attack by 36. And he has a decent amount of decay on him, and then we slowly just also chunk off his Titan skin. Ta-da! I do not need another Tome of Evergrowth. You know what? I'll take Deadly Variant now. I will skip these. And break out the chisels, boys. I guess we'll go here. Reanimation Lab is cute. Don't think we're gonna bother. These are not necessary or useful for me. Those were not the things I was looking for. I already had a Deadly Variant. I did not realize somehow. I don't know. Maybe another Deadly Variant? That seems like too much. Here, just make another Rot. My deck is a mess, if that was not clear already. Like, it works for now, just based on the raw power of our determination, but it is also fairly clunky. Alright, Kale starts here because spawning is deterministic for some ungodly reason. Oh, it is lifesteal. I should... that is concerning. Well. Yeah, you're gonna heal a whole bunch, which I don't love. I cannot afford for you to die. Yeah, my damage output is real bad so far. problem is that now, if you survive, you're going to murder my Pyre. But luckily, that's not going to happen. I really should have put this on not Lion's Mane. Instead, only put it on the ones who were got dualism, because they do more with it. But whatever. Don't know why I did that. That was a waste of a good spike. Definitely got carried away. It's fine. Like, overall, I'm not too worried at this point, since I can now do a whole lot of sapping. I didn't give you reanimate yet, though, unfortunately. So, the propagate spike doesn't do as much for us. Okay, and thus no enemy gets to attack us ever again. Alright, we purposely take pyre damage because who wouldn't want to take pyre damage, really? Alright, you are up to 25 sap. Now, you get a whole lot more decay. Oh wow, the giant mushroom tower is cute. Yeah, it's good. It's definitely a thing that they did not need to do, and it is definitely quite pleasing that they did do it. Once again, don't actually have reanimate on these guys, unfortunately, but whatever. Okay, and then poor Kale is basically already dead. Hey, don't worry, we'll give him some regen. What a lucky fellow. Okay, we take one more damage because taking damage is good for me. And thus, triumph is achieved. I don't think we really need another deadly variant. At least not one that comes with a calcified ember. Kale Meltered. Yeah. I'm cat sitting still, but wanted to stop in to say hi, good luck, and to give you some bees. Well, glad to have you, Rip. I hope the cat sitting house sitting is going well. It's always good seeing you. I'm probably taking Ember here. I guess. I don't know. The draw would be nice, but I wouldn't be able to make good use of it. Okay. I guess I'm gonna spell chain this. I'm going to minus cost, I don't know, everything. I guess I'll do it this. I don't care about Holy Stone. Guess what? You're a consume card now. And I do actually want these on turn 1, so you're intrinsic now. And double stack. Well. Enjoy. 10 times sap. Who cares? And then, Everbloom 3 is Etch Spawn 4. Also, Spore Singer is the one we hadn't seen yet, which is action, apply decay 1 to enemy units, and when a unit gains decay, it gains +2 stacks. So, those are the 3 different types of Lion's Mane. I think she's a really cool champion. We're gonna get rid of these. I have not been using them, and they're just not helpful. Like, they're not a terrible thing overall. Well, here goes that extra ember that I had. Okay. But I at least do still have one more than last time, which means I can give him a steward buddy, so that's something. Okay, and we are going to remember to give it to the ones that have dualism, because they get the biggest benefit. Which does also mean that this guy doesn't get to strike, so doesn't get to give us corruption. Which is nice. And this time we did actually give reanimate to the fungi. And again, thus, no enemy will ever attack us from here on out. Probably should have done more there. Probably underestimated how much decay I actually need to give you. But we'll figure it out. Maybe overkill, but I really want you dead. I'm willing to do this just so we can get another edge proc. I think that's enough on its own. Okay, you don't get to attack, you don't get to attack. You're dead. Alright, enjoy. Enjoy. Truly. Alright, we take a little bit of damage. But for the most part, we should have everything handled. Yes, look at all our delicious edge synergy. All the beautiful power that belongs to us and us alone. Alright, well, they're not dying, but that's because of the reanimate. But it's okay. We can handle that. Yeah, you're both dying. You're largely dead. There we go. Oops, there we are. And we keep taking damage from the Vengeful Shards because why not? The damage they do is trivial. Like, again, we're at the Covenant where we started at lower HP. Doesn't matter. We have plenty of HP to spare. Alright, well, Rax, you may be overblessed, but you're not going to get to attack either. Whatever. Melee weakness is fine. More sap, and then, so what's your decay currently at? 12? Well, you got up to 143, and now, up to 274, which is 822 damage per turn. And thus, he collapses. How beautiful. Oh, boy. I mean, Racking Pain is okay. I kind of just want to take another Spike to Legion. I don't want the Calcified Ember. We're just going to skip all these. Okay. Do I need to dupe anything? I mean, sure. Why not? Equipping a friendly unit under half health applies armor 10, otherwise it applies rage 5. Unstable explosions deal twice as much damage. I was hoping for this when we were playing Orechi with that unstable build, but nope. We'll take Ever-Churning Soil. Draw +1 each turn per 25 cards in your deck. On turn start, spawn 1 for each 20 cards. Do I want Hall of Mirrors? I don't think I can afford to do Hall of Mirrors. Yeah, I'm unfortunately one short, and unless I want to get rid of the Moral Mistress. Which I think I don't want to do. It would be cool, though. Hall of Mirrors can do some really fun things. But that's fine. Apply Stab 3 to enemy units at the end of combat. Sure. Okay, so let's make that deployable. Also kind of want Spell Sanctum. I don't think I need Spell Sanctum, but I will take Spell Sanctum. And then we'll dupe... Sure, Deadly Variant. I don't know. I don't really care at this point. Alright, don't murder me. Just don't. Just don't do it. That's all that's required of you. So, we're going to set up on mid-floor this time, which is maybe dangerous, but I think it's totally fine. And so we can set up Mushy Room down below, so enemies will hit us for less when they reach our floor, and it gives me a turn to, like, prepare. Also, I'm gonna play you there because I have the energy for it and I don't care. Okay, so let's give them the tomes. I could have used those to like kill these guys, which not have been a bad plan, but not the plan that I wish to undertake. I mean, I still can, I guess. I did forget about the amalgams, but again, it's not a big deal. I'll take some damage. I have 120 HP. Not really concerned. Alright, I probably should have reduced your attack because you have sweep, but it's fine. I do survive it as long as I'm careful from here on out. Yeah, we know. We take damage directly from the amalgam. Okay, these guys are already doing almost no damage, which is cute. Yes. Unfortunately, the mushrooms from the Twisting Mycelium do spawn in front of the puffball. Again, like I described earlier, it ends up being kind of a weird weird unit for the clan for a lot of reasons. Alright, we'll just keep debuffing Seraph. Well, enjoy your decay based on your sap, which is non-trivial. And have a whole bunch more decay. It should be over pretty soon. Well, enjoy having some sap. Not quite there, but he's pretty far along. And then we'll do this. We'll take more damage from the Vengeful Shard. Who cares in the slightest? Alright, well, he's already dead. But, for our own edification. He now has even more sap. I never did get to put the meat shield on our puffball this time, but it doesn't really matter. Even more sap. And there you go. And hey, have your ceremonial shield, my buddy. Anyways, he's taking a lot of damage from decay. That was a bit of a clusterfuck of a run since taking the Shattered Halo left us with such an awkward, like, pool of cards. I do think it's fun. This is why I like taking Shattered Halo, because you... Like, the way that Monster Train's rarities are structured is that, like, commons only show up for, like, the first couple fights, the first couple, well, battles in a run. But in exchange, they're sort of meant to be like the core of a lot of strategies. And so to take like Shattered Halo right at the beginning and get only rares, which tend to be a lot more niche but powerful as long as you are in the right kind of realm to utilize them, leads you with a very strange looking deck. Anyways, we have unlocked Contagious! Enemy units propagate 4. Add a copy of this card to your discard pile. I do like these style of cards that are a consume card that creates a copy of itself. Because they work well with Edge. It's just a nice design. When a unit has a third unique status effect applied to it, propagate 2. Mulch. Consume, draw +1 next turn for every 15 cards in your deck. Draw 1 more. Insatiable Hunger. Friendly units gain lifesteal 2. No, you're not at level 5 yet, Lazarus. God, we're just so close to Awoken. I mean, not that it matters. I'm not going to use Awoken right now, but it just feels bad to be that close. Covenant rank 10. Elite chosen enemies appear during flying boss battles. Hell yeah. And we're still only halfway to the last Pyreheart. Okay. Oh, man. Alright, well, we're going to do, like, one more run. I am pretty tired because I've been streaming for my entire day. So, we'll do one more run. But it's Covenant 10. Feels right to do it. it does irk me that I still need to unlock stupid Herzl's Horde. And we're not anywhere close to it, but whatever. What? I was promised a 24-hour stream. You were not, my friend. And if you guys want a 24-hour stream, gotta be doing way more donations than that. That's that. What are we actually gonna do here? I don't know. For thematics, I kind of want to just do another Banished run. I do also just want to do Lazarus so we can unlock the Exiled Champion. I don't really want to play Lazarus right now, but still kind of want to do that. I think we're probably going to do like Banished and just random it. Maybe it'll hit Lazarus. I don't know. We're going to do Talos because we have only done one run with Talos. And then I guess we'll take Echo the Time Father because it's... I guess we haven't done Malekith's either, but fuck Malekith's. We'll do Echo the Time Father. I could also just hit random, but that's fine. Alright. Well, it's Pyreborn again. And once again, we have Gilda Starter, which is a lot worse with the Magma Cultist. We got the Warbler, we got the Alchemy. We'll see what we can do. Okay, these are both good. I'm probably taking Emote Tome because just getting a second copy of the first spell you cast every turn is good, especially with the Magma Cultist. I don't like have great options for it yet, but it's obviously something we can build into. Martyr Signet is cute, especially because it does even apply to Talos. So we can start building up just bonus stats, which is nice. But I'm going to take Emote Dome. Alright, so we have Battle Cleric, which is the one that we've done before, and we have Enchantress, so we're taking Enchantress. So she's got Flight like normal, and then Celebrate, +2/+6 to all friendly units on all floors permanently. So we are incentivized to keep lots of units alive. Unfortunately, the Mark of Invasion does make it harder to keep units alive, but fair enough. Alright, I would really like to draw a Warbler right now. I did not. Okay, well, we're going to do that, and we are going to freeze the Alchemies in hand so I can try to play them out on later turns. Well, less helpful than one would desire, but I guess we're going to put you there, even though I really want the Warbler, but I also really want to get that, and that is the way to do this, so here we are. Now we have a Warbler. I mean, no surprise, but still. I'm still just gonna keep doing the Valor because that seems reasonable. Because we're already gonna struggle. Okay, let's already get rid of the Scourge Generator. I just have very bad damage output, and that worries me to a non-small degree. I don't want to do the Alchemy, but I worry that I need all the help I can get. Okay, well, we lose the steward, but we at least keep the cultist alive, which is the minimum, like, that we wanted. Because it means that at least he gets the bonus stats from Talos. And it's not the end of the world if the steward doesn't, because we don't really want to use them long-term, ideally. And then Talos gives it to herself as well. So, it gets a little easier over time. We're going to take Cleave. Cleave is good. Cleave helps my problem situation. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to play out the alchemies. That's fine. We were struggling as is. Yeah, I mean, we're going here. There's a lot of banished units that I don't really want right now, but so be it. Firebrand is one of the ones I wanted. Sword and Maiden is also not bad, though I don't have equipment for her yet. We'll take Firebrand. We'll give you Titanite, because that does help tremendously. Do I want to make you smaller? Kind of. Yeah, fine. Done. Whatever. Here we are. I don't know. I probably shouldn't be spending gold on that yet, but that's okay. I'm just trying... Oh, God. Why do I do this myself? Because the problem with doing -1 Ember is now I can't play out both of these guys in the same turn, which is not ideal. I guess we're going to put you down bottom floor. Which is not ideal, but fine. God, so small. What a beautiful saxophone player. Okay. I'm worried that you'll struggle into the spikes from the boss. God, having just like no Ember really sucks. Well, one more wave. How do I want to do this? I guess I'll put you there, and we'll just accept that we're taking some damage. I don't know. Not wild about this. Yeah, that is worrisome. I have to win on this floor, basically. Nope. Yeah, like, I definitely needed just, like, more Valor. Like, I don't know. I'm off to a terrible start. We're gonna retry the battle altogether and just see what happens out of curiosity. Yeah, having the, like, reduced Ember is really bad. I keep forgetting that you are smaller than I think you are. Whatever, we'll play you there and play you there. I don't know. I'm losing my mind. I don't really want a Warbler with you, because then you struggle to do your revenge shenanigans. Maybe I did want to put Talos there. I don't really want to, though. Ideally, I'd like to get the Magma Cultist there, even though it takes my entire turn to do so, unfortunately. I don't get the Collector this way. Maybe that's fine. I don't know. Maybe we should have just done the Inspire. I don't know. I'm trying not to die is the problem, and I think if I leaked him, I just would have died. This way I can at least do the Whelps to reduce my incoming damage substantially. Okay. No, you still die there. Problem is I really don't want Talos to die. Okay, so you would die, but you survive. That's good enough, because then I at least get the buffs on one unit. This is very bad. But here we are. At least somebody gets things. God, just not great. I will take a Rising Rage. Ascend, then Advance. Sounds great. Apply Pyrogel to enemies is probably fine. Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. Fine. I'll take it. My deck is a bit of a mess, but, like, I'm bleeding out here real bad. I probably should heal. I don't want to heal. I would love to get, like, Dualism or Multi-Strike, but I also don't have a lot of gold. I guess we're just going here. I don't want to heal, but it is what it is. Ooh. Interesting set of options. I mean, I'm going to take the Bloodthirsty Blade. I am tempted to take the Steward's Quarters as well. I just really like the extra capacity it gives. It matters a little less when I've got Rising Rage and I have multiple 1 capacity units. But we'll take that. Would love to combine it with the Void Armament, but I can't, so. I don't think we care about these. No. I do not care enough to have to burden myself with the blight as well. So here we go with our clunky ass deck. Oh, and it's direct damage to the Pyre Archeon. Well, it is good that I healed at least. I mean, we might get through this without taking any damage, but it's nice to not have to worry about that. Yeah, the problem with setting up on the bottom floor is I don't make good use of Rising Rage. I do want to use the Warbler, kind of. I don't think I realistically need to be using the Warbler. It is a thing that I enjoy, but if I'm trying to utilize a revenge unit, it is a lot worse. Who do I want to equip this on? Because you're not going to get the kill currently. I guess I put it on Talos, which feels weird, but probably right. I guess we're going to... I should have used this one. Didn't realize I had one. Oh well. Well, here we are. No, I forgot that it was Pyre Hunter. Well, so be it. You're just taking a lot of damage overall. So you won't get a kill if you stay here. Which is a shame. I would like the Bloodthirsty Blade to start scaling. But it is what it is. And we got one kill with it, but like that's not super helpful. The Chosen version of him, by the way, just has higher stats, I think. No, he has multi-strike. That's the big thing. Totally spaced on that. You know, those are right there on screen. Well, time to take more Pyre damage, because that's what we do. Okay, but we don't die, and I guess we'll get some Horde while we're at it. I wonder if I can move Talos to... Yeah, they still win without her. This way she gets a kill on the Blade. Which isn't crazy, but it's something. Luckily, him having multi-strike and weaker attacks does work in our favor with the Revenge. We're still struggling, but at least we got extra stats on a bunch of units now. Tome of Contracts would be nice if we had anything that had active abilities. Spike the Banish is good. Sanctuary is pretty solid, and I think is what we're taking. It's expensive, but it's useful. We are definitely going to skip, because if we want those, we will make a second one of them. I need Ember. We'll save that, whatever. Okay. And I guess we're going here. And we're going for Enchantress 2, which goes up to +4, +10. Which is something. We're not doing, like, great. We don't have units that are particularly well suited to the raw stat buffs. But we're trying. I mean, that's cute. I'm willing to do that. Fine, whatever. I really need to clean out my deck. I don't know. Let's get rid of a Warbler. I was initially excited for the Warbler, but at the moment they're just not doing it for me. I like the Firebrand, but they're not that impressive when they're not in front. So maybe I want a second Magma Cultist, even though he doesn't have any upgrades. Maybe. Hello, thanks for the raid. How you doing? I mean, I kind of just want the Magma Cultist, but again, it's not a good fit right now. I could do the Firebrand, but hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. You know what? We'll do this and suffer. Oh, it's fucking Kel. All my homies hate Kel. But so be it. God, they just look so silly when they're so small. How are you enjoying Monster Train 2? I'm enjoying it tremendously, but there's no surprise there because I was one of the testers for the game and I already knew I was going to love it. But yeah, it's very good. I really love this game. Well, you're going to get Corruption, I guess, and we'll do this and hold all those things. But yeah, what about you? I assume you were also streaming it. Any particular favorite faction so far, or other things that stood out to you? Well, I guess we're going to just put down some whelps and deal with it. Yeah, I just don't do, like, any damage. Well, so be it. Yep, absolutely adoring it so far. Only 3 factions tried out, but the advanced mechanics super satisfying. Yeah, I definitely enjoy the shift mechanics of Banished. Underlegion is certainly my favorite of the clans, though. But, like, they've done a very good job with all the new factions. They're just a ton of fun to play. I really wish that I could actually kill things. Closer. Not close enough. And poor Bloodthirsty Blade is being neglected. Just unlocked under Legion of the last run, and all I know is I see Mushroom Friends. Yeah. They've got some cool mechanics and just a lot of cool designs. I really like them. Well, I guess we'll give you the Bloodthirsty Blade so that you can at least kill something with it. Turns out, things that require slays to be useful are a lot worse when you don't actually get meaningful levels of slays. God, all my homies hate Kel. God, he's just so bad for us. Like, Talos could maybe survive and, like, go help here. But I would lose a chunk of damage by doing that. And I already got the corruption. Well, we'll do it. Whatever. It's very bad. Kel is the worst. All my homies hate Kel with a passion. Okay. You murder here. Unfortunately, we don't get the celebrate bonus because Talos is dead. Feels very bad. I just have, like, no damage output, and it's not getting any better. Imprisoned Zephyr is a no. Bleed Songbird, we do want. We're gonna skip those. I will loot that. Ember Charge I don't hate. I lean towards Flaming Talons, though. Just because anything that, like, helps with my damage output right now is appreciated. Is there anything I actually care about at the Merchant of Arms? Not really. We're going here. Zone of Silence is nice. Everlasting Light we really do want. Okay. Well, dualism helps. It does not help as much as I wanted. It really wanted, like, multi-strike, but that's fine. You're just gonna get some HP so you don't immediately die. Maybe I can start removing things from the deck. I don't know. Alright, you're gone, Warbler, which is all of my gold. Okay, what are we duping? Probably Everlasting Light, honestly. Could also dupe the Magma Cultist, but I'm just gonna dupe Everlasting Light. We'll see what we can do. Life is Pain. We're working on it. Giving them Titan Skin 4 is not gonna help much. Okay, well, we'll do it like this. Enjoy your Pyrogel while I get set up. And then we're gonna try to wait until we can get the Hymnist there. Yeah, we'll do that, even though I can't play out the Spell Chain copy. Well, not Spell Chain, but Emote Tome. Okay, so you exist now. Sadly, we don't have Rising Rage yet, but we can at least start just buffing the whole squad, which makes a big difference. Because now we actually have some meaningful damage scaling. Fortunately, I get sapped a lot if I do this here. Well, we'll put you there. You don't have Everlasting Light on you, so it's not quite perfect, because ideally whoever has Everlasting Light attacks first. But, fine. I'd help if I knew who was getting the kills. So yeah, between you two, you killed that, and then... So Talos should be killing the other one. I guess we'll just give you the blade and try to work that out. You can have some alchemy, and then we'll freeze the others in hand. Yeah, I did that wrong. Oh well. I did not account for the Pyre Gel, or something. It's okay. Not the end of the world. I just, unfortunately, am not making good use of the Bloodthirsty Blade at all. Also, I am setting up top floor against the Reanimate boss, which is a little concerning, but I think we're okay now. Yes, I'm sapping myself a bunch. It's fine. Probably. Oh, I didn't mean to move Talos, but whatever. Okay, everyone gets damage shields. We'll hope that Talos gets a couple of the Slay triggers and can at least power up the blade. But he does have 20 stacks of Reanimate, so she's bound to get a couple of them. Alright. Well, that went better, at least. I'm still not in great shape, but that went better. Melee weakness is good. I should probably be using it. Imprisoned Zephyr does not work for us, and we don't care about Penitent's Death Suit. Do not want those. I don't really care about cashing that in. Healing is fine. There are some good trinkets. Maybe I want to go for the Merchant of Magic. I'm really not making good use of Emote Tome. Yeah. I think we're going here. And then I have to fight Kale. I don't know what I really want from anything. I don't think that, like, there are a lot of good trinkets. I don't think there are any that, like, totally sway me. We'll just do this and see. Holdover Cleave is not unwelcome. It's a bit awkward for us, but that's probably worth doing. Alright. It does cause problems, but we'll take it, and then we're also going to put Intrinsic here, and then maybe just remove the alchemies. Like, I really don't need them. Also get rid of some of the whelps. The whelps have been doing more for me than the alchemies have. I don't know. Let's get rid of I'm just trying to debate if I actually want to re-roll for anything. I can't think of what I would want on a re-roll. Like, I would want this to cost less, but we already bought the just flat -1, I think, right? Which means that it would not show up on the reroll. So, and I can't do the -2 in consume because it already is a consume card. And so that limits our options pretty dramatically. I guess we'll just hold on to the gold, even though I should probably use it. Alright, the historian has set up his carriage near the rail. Inside open crates, you catch glints of various artifacts scavenged from remnants of trains long past. You possess artifacts I've yet to add to my collection. Could I take one? Of course. I'll trade you for it. Do you give an artifact for the historian's records? Remove Flaming Talons, 2 random artifacts, or get Historian's Razor, which is fine. Because we have, like, no artifacts, and so it would just be an increase of power to everything. I might just take that. Flaming Talons isn't, like, doing tons for us right now, but we'll take this. That's fine. Technically, it can become a detriment if we get too many artifacts. I don't really care. I think we'll be okay. Alright, well, let's set up some things on certain floors and see where that goes. Well, Talus, you're down here now. You get that, and let's gain a whole bunch of Valor and apply a little bit of Pyrogel, and clearly that's not enough. Which is why I put Holdover on the Cleave, and I was hoping we were going to draw it, but... this guy, by the way, yeah, just gains more rage on Slay. He's just a stronger version of what he once was. Yeah, this is fine. I can leave them be. I guess we'll do that again. The Everlasting Lights will still always have something to target because Kale is here, even if we had killed that guy too early, which we didn't. Well, Cleave is certainly helping, although it does limit how much power I'm getting from the Revenge, which is a concern, but whatever. At this point, I just need to be somewhat stabilizing. I did forget about the lead Songbird. Alright, we're gonna freeze these in hand. Just trying to see if I can get some value out of the Bloodthirsty Blade. The problem is, I can't. Well, have some Pyrogel, I guess. And let's enjoy that. Okay, and then eventually Talus can fly back down to the bottom. Unfortunately, she misses out on all the Valor gained by the Everlasting Lights, but it's not that big a deal. No, not quite killing you, but fine. Okay, this has been messy, but we're recovering. You know what? Let's play the alchemy as well. Why not? Okay. If I just had, like, more real units or, like, multi-strike, there's a lot of things that would help me. Also, it would have been real nice if I had not missed that one battle where Talos died. By missed, I mean if I also should have moved Talos. Oh well. But it would have been nice if I hadn't missed out on the stats granted by that battle. And that's the problem with Celebrate triggers, is that there's only a certain number of times you can get them total. I could take Tome of Contracts for Talos. I did kind of neglect that. Cursed Twin Blade going with Everlasting Light is probably worth doing here. But do we have a spot to combine them? Not till here. I'm just gonna skip. I'm gonna take Ember. I'm going to loot this. Does not matter. Doesn't really matter. Like, I guess I'll take the Shale Shell. I don't care about wing clippings. Like, it might have been okay here, but I generally dislike wing clippings. Alright, let's go here. Try to make some of our units a little better. Sure, absolutely give it to me. Sure, we'll do that. Okay, well, let's do Enchantress 3, which has one more battle for us to do it. We don't really need any of these. We're gonna get rid of some chaff, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess let's get rid of the two weakest bloated whelps. They're a little easier for me to utilize now that I have more Ember, but still. Well, that's good enough for now. We'll see what we can do. The Reanimate 2 is maybe gonna fuck me. We're still gonna do it, because who am I if I don't take every trial? Well, we're a long ways off from killing you, which is concerning. But, let's see what we can do. Okay, you being there certainly helps. Well, unfortunately, thanks to the Reanimate, you are a problem. But, so be it. Yeah, you're gonna hurt my Pyre a bit. Oh god, you have Reanimate 2 still. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. A lot of damage. Talos could fly right now. I would do that, I think. Well, I don't think kills me, but it's bad. I did get it so that we at least knock him down, knock off a reanimate after a single attack now. So I take one less hit, which is nice. Unfortunately, your problem. Everything's a problem. Also, the Bloodthirsty Blade. Not doing work for me. Well. Oh shit, Covenant 10, you're insane. Yeah, I mean, I only lost one run, so. But again, keep in mind, I have like 200 hours in this game already. I played a lot of this game already. Okay, yeah, let's do this so we can reduce how much damage we're taking. Honestly, I didn't realize that I had enough power to kill those guys down there anyways. So be it. And give me sweet, sweet Valor. And I guess we'll use the Alchemy while we've got it. Okay. And it's Rax, everybody's favorite. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to use Rising Rage to move him. So I can still get, like, whatever. Here we are. I didn't want to use the Cleave in case it messed things up. I don't think it would have. It's okay. We finally get to murder things. Would love to replace these whelps with a real unit. Yeah, still took 33 damage. Was not good. Honestly, probably still going to take another Everlasting Light. Might take another Lead Songbird, though. Pretty sure we're taking another Everlasting Light. Turns out it is a good card. We will loot, because it's our last chance to loot. May as well just take the small bit of gold. We are going to go here. Shift triggers an additional time. Does not help. Equipped units gain armor 10. Pretty okay. Avarice is worthless for me right now. Yeah, don't have slots for upgrades. That's fine. We're up against Entropy. I will take that. I will take Cleansing Water. We're not using many angels. So I'm not going to worry about that. We're just going to remove things. Whatever. We'll just get rid of the Calcified Ember. There's only one battle left, so either one of them is basically a consume card. And then we're duping you, because we desperately want the multi-strike. And your Pyre Gel ability, not bad either, even if I have not been using it particularly well. For once, I am going to this fight with pretty low HP, but that's okay. There's no reason I need to be on bottom floor. Okay, so this gives me a little bit of time to bulk up. Unfortunately, I did not draw the Hymnist yet, which is what I wanted to do. But that's fine. It was still pretty good first turn. Unfortunately, we didn't remove their spell shields. And also, fuck this guy. But whatever. God, the Bloodthirsty Blade. Poor Bloodthirsty Blade. So you get an Everlasting Light. You get an Everlasting Light. You get an Everlasting Light. Enjoy your Bloodthirsty Blade. Who cares? I guess we'll explode, even though... Oh, we did kill one of them, because one of them, I guess, didn't have its spell shield. Okay. So, we can at least cleave to kill the stupid silence dude. I'm gonna do this, even though it does sap all of my guys. I think that's fine. Oh, of note, by the way, since we have the Chosen, this guy, instead of granting non-boss enemy units +5 attack, he instead is grant non-boss enemy units on all floors +5 attack. Way more threatening. Go there. He was already frozen, so it's not like it really mattered if I played him out or not, but still. I just really wanted to draw my Hymnist. There he is. Alright. And thus, Talos gets to abandon you all and live her best life. I did already forget that you get buffed. Oh. Should have done that a little differently, but that's fine. Yeah, you're taking a lot of damage. It's not that big a deal if you die at this point, though. There are a lot of enemies. And there's finally the Rising Rage. Okay, so I guess we're going to try to keep you protected by doing this and giving just a boatload of damage shields. It does make the Everlasting Light dudes get pushed back a little bit. Still fine. Also, I should have activated the wealth there. I didn't think about it. It's fine. Okay, Cleave doing some decent work for us. Honestly, I could just take the damage from the Cursed of Entropies at this point, but nonetheless, I am trying not to. Whatever, play out the alchemy. Okay, it has been a rocky run, but we should be fine, basically. You know what? This is gonna look silly, but we're going to ascend him. And then, thanks to Emote Tome, that was the first spell I played. So we're gonna ascend him again. And we're just gonna wipe out all his buddies. And there we go. And what a beautiful world it is. I definitely had a lot of things that did not pan out super well in that deck, but we got there. Corruption Seraph wrecked me. Yeah, Dominion can be bad. Overall, I don't think the Seraphs in this game are... I sort of don't think they're as well designed as the Seraphs in the first game. Or at least, like, there's not as much need to draft around their mechanics. That said, of the three that are in this game, I do think Dominion is the closest to one you need to draft around. But, like, for instance, Entropy is... It debuffs your attack, so you need attack scaling. And you need defense. And for Savagery, you need a lot of defense. And his units have a big, chunky stats, so you need attack scaling. It's not that much different in what you're actually doing. And, like, they both largely rely on specific backliners. Like, the Savagery fight is relying on the sweep units, and the Entropy fight is relying on the silencers and the incant to buff units. And so, again, it encourages you to have, like, quick or some sort of sweeping damage or other targeted damage. Like, again, not that really different from each other. They encourage very much the same things. There definitely isn't a Diligent equivalent, which I'm semi-grateful for. I mean, both Entropy and Dominion have elements of what makes Diligent. But yeah, I just don't think they're as successful of designs. I appreciate that they were trying to do something different, but I definitely think that the Monster Train 1 Seraphs were better at getting you to draft around the mechanics. How many stacks do you get from Bloodthirsty Blade? Very few, but I will check in a moment. And thus we've gotten our first crown for winning at Covenant 10. Look at us go. Only took me 17 hours, 24 minutes. Though we did also do one of the dimensional challenges. And I talked a lot. Where's Bloodthirsty Blade? There it is. It only got to 17 attack. Very bad. So bad. Really did not pan out. But that's fine. That's fine. Side note. I'm disappointed that there's no deep link system in the run summary this time. So there's no easy way to share your run summary with people. You have to take like a screenshot now, which is a shame. I really like that system in Monster Train 1. It made it so much easier to like give advice when people were asking for help or when people wanted to like show off like something they were proud of. Like it was very nice. But I get why they didn't include it this time. But I will miss that system. Anyways, let's go back to the outpost. There's probably more story. Something on your mind? You've been up here for a while. I've been thinking about my vision again and about my brother. The Seraph up there is nothing more than an empty shell. That monster isn't my brother, but the one I saw in my vision. It was really him. Hearing his voice again made me feel so small, like I was back in heaven with him again, standing in his shadow. I came here to leave all that behind. Yet, a single word was enough for the past to come rushing back. It's pathetic. Vel, you came this far on your own wings. Don't let Seraph define who you are anymore. You are who you choose to be. It was you that warned hell about the Titans. You rebuilt the Covenant. You united angels and demons to fight alongside each other. The moment you stood against Seraph, the moment you carved your own path, you left fear behind. The only thing left to do now is to believe it. Thank you, Herzl. That means a lot. You're right. There's no reason to fear Seraph anymore. He doesn't decide who I am. He never did. I think I'm ready to face him now. Thank you again, Herzl. I'll see you at camp. Trying to rekindle an old flame, eh? How sweet. Yet, you won't tell her the truth, will you? The truth? What are you talking about? Don't play coy with me. You can't trick the trickster. You've been remembering, haven't you, since you've woken up? Is that why you've been sitting on the sidelines cheering everyone on? Scared to mess everything up again? I don't know what you're talking about. Fine. Go ahead then. Keep pretending. Don't worry, I won't spill your little secret. But how long until your secret catches up to you? Titan of Souls. Don't know what that means, but apparently Herzl is the Titan of Souls. Anyways, still gotta unlock that one goddamn pyre heart. Malika found her childhood costume or something. I like that her design changes, since she's supposed to be the, like, Titan of Chaos, or something to that effect. And so her form is shifting, and in Monster Train 1, she borrowed body parts from the different clans in that game. And in this game, her body parts are based on the Monster Train 2 clans. I think it's cool. Anyways, we're stopping there. I normally go till about, like, 2:30, but, I've been streaming for 17 and a half hours, and my throat hurts, and I have decided that I want to go lay down. So, I'm going to do that. I will be back tomorrow. I will not be streaming for as long tomorrow, but I will still probably start at, like, I don't know, 3 p.m., 4 p.m.? I don't really actually know. It really depends on some factors, but I'll be streaming tomorrow again. We will get that last pyre heart, and we'll fight the Titans at some point and all that jazz. So, anyways, we also still gotta unlock the second champion for Lazarus, which I look forward to doing because he's pretty cool. Anyways, thanks for hanging out, everyone. All of you who have been here for, some part of the day or another. Hope you had a good time. Hope you are enjoying Monster Train 2 as much as I am. I think it's great, and I'm so excited that we finally get to, all experience it together. So, I'm going to go rest my voice. Have a nice night, friends. I will see you later.